how much better the story gets when we have them both.
Ayush, I'm doing this for you, but if she starts talking about getting a filter on my live shot, she's getting unplugged.
I wouldn't dream of it, Alex. Your classic look is irreplaceable.
See, she started off with compliments. On that note, welcome to the NDTV IND.AI Summit in partnership with the Startup Policy Forum.
You know, Ayush, the thing about it is, I'm in business news, you know that. And when I'm at tech conferences like this, I'm always worried that you guys are going to start talking about coding agents and tokens and parameters and long horizon. Is going to be that kind of a conference?
It's going to be very simple. We're going to talk about governance, trust, safety, regulation, responsible AI, stuff that you'd be doing in your normal day as well.
All of those things sound like stuff that we've talked about on an ongoing basis, but the difference this time, Ayush, is the who's who are here today.
OpenAI, ChatGPT, Google Gemini. I mean, I didn't use that to write this script, guys, I promise you. I promise you, Alex and I wrote this script throughout the night, but they're all over here.
And who else? The most valuable company in the world, Ayush, over $5 trillion of market capitalization, NVIDIA, is going to be here.
And this is only the trailer picture, Abhi Baki hai. We've got a star cast lined up for you. This is going to be a stellar show. But before we move on, we should thank our partners and sponsors, Alex.
Absolutely. Today is possible because of our knowledge partner, Dayananda Sagar University, co-powered by a DP World State Partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh, as well as handset partner Motorola, insurance partner Axis Max Life Insurance, associate partners Rocket, Union Bank of India, and Tata Power, Solar Roof, and Zoho. Impact partners are Adani Solar and Adani Ports and Logistics. Special partner is Lokpriya Gopinath Bardoloi International Airport, Guwahati, and real estate partner is Eldeco.
Alex, today we'll be talking about code, right? We're talking about compute, and there's a very special session to start the day. But why don't you take us through what we can expect today?
So the question is, Ayush, you go around the world and you look at the tech that everybody's using before everybody gets their hands on it, right? Stuff that I'm usually dreaming about, and I'm asking you to give me a sneak peek of. But what, according to you, at this juncture looks amazing?
Look, there's a lot of interesting things happening in Silicon Valley. You have Meta working on Meta AI. Apple's trying really hard to work on Apple Intelligence. That's a work in progress, of course. And then you have Google Gemini, ChatGPT, Perplexity.
But wait, all of that seems like it was built in Silicon Valley. Aren't we building anything here?
Of course we are. We have a very proud moment for the Indian AI revolution, a made-in-India product. Alex, Sarvam AI.
Sarvam AI. This is India's AI for India, right?
This is India's AI moment, sovereign AI, all those things we've been talking about. And there's so much happening at the AI Summit at Bharat Mandapam, but there's even more special things happening here today, shortly.
Absolutely, and that brings us to the introduction for the first speaker today. He is foundational in building the artificial intelligence capabilities for India with the belief that world-class intelligence can and must be developed locally at scale. Who are we talking about?
Well, we have a very special guest right here with us, Pratyush from Sarvam AI. What a pleasure to have you with us at the NDTV IND.AI Summit. A huge round of applause, please. Of course, we're going to have NDTV's very own Shivarur moderating this very special chat. But before that, over to you, Pratyush. The stage is all yours.
Can I just say, first of all, welcome to all of you. It's so nice to see you all here bright and early. Squeezed between getting the Prime Minister to visit your booth at the Bharat Mandapam and having a big product launch in a couple of hours from now, can we have a big, even bigger round of applause for Pratyush Kumar for making the time to come to the NDTV Summit? Because this is not just an affirmation of AI, but let me also boast this is an affirmation of the NDTV Summit. This is incredible to have Sarvam. I may be a little biased here because I'm starting things off today, Pratyush, but I see that you're wearing a particular something. I've got something in my hand as well. Hugely exciting, and I'm a bit of a gadget guy, just like my friend sitting over there, Ayush, and I'm going to come to you in a bit, Ayush, on this. But I'm going to start off by asking you about what happened yesterday. Look at this picture that I'm going to put on my screens, viewer. Most of you would have already seen it. This is the Prime Minister putting on a pair of glasses yesterday. Very, very viral picture from yesterday that Pratyush shared. That's the Prime Minister wearing the Sarvam case. This is a new wearable product unveiled yesterday by Pratyush and his team. Just tell us a little bit first about this picture, because you're wearing the same thing and I'm going to be wearing it as well.
No, absolutely. This was the start of the Impact Summit for us. The Prime Minister walked into the hall and he came into the Sarvam stall. We had a chance to show him each of our products. What was very interesting to me was the security folks had put a little bit of a mark on the ground where he should stand and look at the products. He came there, of course, and then I went to some distance to explain to him what we are doing, and then he came very close, and he started listening to us, asking about the products. He's super engaged, had a lot of questions about what are the AI models we are building, why they are world-class, what can we do with them, played with all our products on the glasses, on the feature phones, on the smartphones. It was very energizing to see.
So he broke the security cordon and came a little nearer to your product. That's the Prime Minister, really. But, what did he say? In the video that was put out, it was tantalizingly without any audio. But he is someone who is known to be extremely keen on technology. Digital India is, of course, very, very important to him. AI is hugely important to him. Tell us a little bit about this interaction. What did he think? What did he say?
So we showed him the models we are training.
Yeah.
These are AI models that do a variety of things. They can take a photograph of a document and get the text out. They can recognize what you're speaking. They can synthesize speech. And we told him, sir, we are actually world-class in this. We showed him the graph. This is how different models do, and this is our performance, and we are doing the best. He was genuinely interested. How are you doing that? How are you making it happen? And we talked about the talent we have, the amount of quality we have in building AI from India, and that we can do it in India. The other thing what I found interesting was I showed him a feature phone, that AI doesn't require expensive gadgets. On a feature phone, somebody can actually call up and ask any question to the models that we have built. And he listened to it. He said, does it speak Gujarati? We showed him an example of Gujarati. So it was really energizing. Somebody who really understood the tech and the impact it can have.
You're wearing the same glasses that the Prime Minister has got on in those pictures. Apologies. And I've got a sort of preview pair of the same glasses that are going to be hitting the market sometime in May this year.
Absolutely.
In May this year. So it's going to be in retail. You can actually wear one of these. I'm going to put them on for the first time.
Looks good.
His is already plugged in, by the way. We're going to see what it can do a little later. But tell us, Pratyush, about the Sarvam case. The glasses that you're wearing right now have viraled. People are asking all about it. When I posted about this session this morning with a picture of the glasses, every single question that I had was, a deeper question about these glasses. Tell us about it. You've got them on, and they're switched on, by the way. They're working right now.
Yeah. No, see, I want to a little bit step back and talk about, I think, what the theme should be, which is India can. For a long period of time, we've believed that the technology platforms that we use, whether it's social media, operating systems, whether it is even devices, they're often designed, manufactured outside the country. Yeah. And I think the key thing that we are looking at right now, even these glasses, they are designed, they are manufactured, and they are fitted with software, all done in India, right? And we are in a new world of software. It's not the usual software that you had before. You're always going to be hitting these large language models in anything that you do. And that will become the core software that runs everything in our day-to-day lives, in productivity, at work, in entertainment. And those models are also models that we are building in-house at Sarvam, right? So I think this is a moment when we're able to show all of that India can coming together in this device.
Yeah, I'm going to come to the India can bit in just a moment, because the language models that you're talking about, the local language models that you're talking about is something that's also very exciting. But as far as the glasses are concerned, and apologies for staying with the glasses so much, because this is something that's very exciting. And it's completely Indian. That's the thing about this, right? That's the reason why it's exciting as well. Give us some use cases for this. This is a unique country here that we have, Pratyush. What are some of the use cases that you're envisioning for the Sarvam case?
Yeah. See, look.
And I understand there's a ring as well. People may not have noticed. There's also a smart ring on your finger.
I'm trying to do funny things in between whenever I can remember.
Yeah.
So look, India does not work on a desk, right? India works also on the move. And I think the primary objective as technologists we have at this time is that the huge step change that we have seen in technology should reach to people, right? We're living in a shadow where the technology is so much better than it's deployed, and it's our responsibility to make it available to all. So reducing the friction of access to this technology is important. Imagine a sales guy walking around, doing KYC, doing prospective discussions. He's wearing this. And he wants to ask a question about, let's say, an insurance policy his company has. He just clicks this ring and asks the question and gets an answer. If he wants to get feedback on how he did, he can do that. Next year, India is moving into doing a huge census program. Census in India is like a world standard effort, right?
The biggest thing.
It's the biggest effort that one can have. Imagine people being powered with glasses like this as they do their digital work. We have tertiary healthcare, we have education, there are various places where you can use this. Of course, there's also the aspect of the differently abled. You can use this to get a sense of what you're seeing, both in terms of having some kind of impairment, but also reading a different language. Our models today are very accurate in reading anything that's out there in any Indian language and explaining it to you back in the language that you want, right? So whether it's accessibility, whether it's productivity in the move, and entertainment. This, of course, plays audio. You can listen to your favorite podcast or movie on the move. So all of that is possible.
You know, one of the things is making existing functions easier. The other is also problem solving, Pratyush. And I know that, Prime Minister Modi personally, whenever he looks at technology, at the back of his mind, in the conversations that we've had with him as well, has been, how to solve some of India's, pressing problems. Is that a conversation that occupies your mind also at Sarvam? Census, things like that are one thing. India's got bigger problems as well. Where does Sarvam, where does the technology that you've been developing fit into some of those things?
Look, I think names carry a lot of intent, right? We named the company Sarvam because we genuinely believe that this technology must reach everyone. In Sanskrit, it means everyone or everything. Our intent is to ensure that this technology is accessible no matter your language, your community, the kind of thing that you're doing, and no matter the cost point, right? You want to make this affordable, accessible to all. So that's our primary focus, right? It's also important to know that value loops of AI compound very, very fast, right? It sometimes takes 3-4 years, sometimes a decade to get value loops going, but in AI, it's happening in a matter of months, right? So to be able to have the playground to innovate, you need to be able to put our technology out there, use the feedback from users to make the models better. So that is the other thing that we are kicking off. Once it reaches people, these things actually improve for the things that people care about, right? So India is just, I think, a tremendously hard benchmark for what AI needs to get right to work for all of India.
One of the most exciting things that Sarvam is doing is taking Indian languages, optimizing them using homegrown AI tech and scaling them up for the entire populations. And this is something that very few people can do. The global majors, want a piece of it, but it's only a company like Sarvam that can actually get into it from its very core. So I want you to tell us a little bit about that. You talked about, the Gujarati translation that happened. I'm going to show you a clip in a moment from now. But first, Pratyush, tell us about that. The domain of Indian languages and how Sarvam is scaling that up and getting people access to AI at that level.
See, look, you raised an important point that these models are usually trained by large companies. And that is because the R&D that goes into it, the amount of compute resources that go into it, high-grade GPUs, I know NVIDIA is coming here later in the day, we need to burn a lot of their chips to train these models. That was actually somehow available to only few, right? And that is an important problem. Many of these things, even like in telecom, you have to put a lot of capital expenditure to then make things available at small unit prices. But the capital expenditure is high, and AI is very much that. AI demands scale. And what happened, and since we're talking about the Impact Summit, in the India AI mission, the government took a stance, let's support building of models from scratch. Not using somebody else's model, somebody else's technology, but having the homegrown sovereign ability to build these models. Because frankly, we are in a post-AI world. It's not like we're ever going back. And if large language models, generative AI is such an important technology, India should be building it, right? We are an old civilization, young country, third largest economy. It's actually a moot point to ask that India should be building these technologies. But the capital intensity, the research requirement, those are the key things to solve for that we are doing at Sarvam.
Yeah, I noticed, in some of the media reports around Sarvam that you're also doing some very exciting work around, ancient scriptures and documents and, digitizing those documents and making them accessible to all in a very, very incredible way. But I just want to tell all of our audience here and those plugging in from across the world that NDTV has a very progressive newsroom. We've been using Sarvam, and I want to give you like the smallest little use case. This is like the most basic use case. I'm sure you're flooded with these examples, but I want to show it to you because we just used it.
Okay.
NDTV had an incredible summit in Tamil Nadu just a few days ago, and the Chief Minister, of course, was speaking in Tamil. I just want to show you how the newsroom made it happen.
I didn't know about this.
Made it happen for our viewers across the world.
Right.
Take a look at this.
தமிழ்நாடு உச்சி மாநாட்டில் கலந்து கொண்டு சிறப்பித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் பெருமக்கள்,
Honorable Minister and dignitaries who are participating in the Tamil Nadu Summit and are making it special.
That is cool.
That's virtually in real time, and like I said, it's probably the simplest way that something has happened. We've done much more complicated things since then, by the way, and we're very excited to be going into election season, Pratyush, where we're going to use much more of this. And according to you, we've just shown you what can happen in a newsroom when you adopt stuff like this. What is the most incredible use case that you've come across or that you're envisioning when it comes to access to language of this kind?
The one that I am
It just opens up the population to services beyond measure, I imagine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, the one that I am most excited about is education, right? Imagine giving a free tutor to every student in this country, which they can access on a feature phone, on a smartphone. They can say, I just studied this today in the class, I didn't understand it, help me out. And it is personalized. It is at the level of the student, in their language, and able to help them, right? This is not at all a fantasy. With very, very low cost, we can provide access to education to all, right? And of course, it applies to healthcare, agriculture, etc. But education, especially in this fast-moving world, is going to be a big challenge, and that's one thing that we can solve. So I'm deeply interested in this concept of per capita consumption of intelligence, right? If we are to be competitive as a country, we need to increase that. And that requires our ability to build them and serve them for use cases that matter.
And when we talk about an Indian model, there are many of these global models. Something that you're very, very particular about, and people can see why, is that you're not building on top of somebody else's work. You're doing this from scratch. This is an Indian model. Again, very important to the larger summit that's taking place in the city right now, is that this is building an Indian AI model. Tell us why that is important given the current the current situation across the world.
See, look, these models are very powerful, so there should be lots of people building on top of models that exist internationally and doing good things with it. But at Sarvam, we are a foundational company. We are interested in building from scratch because there need to be some foundational bets in the country, and we believe that's important because you need to be able to control the data that goes into these models. You need to be able to play the research and development angle on these models as they evolve. We're in very, very early days of a new era of computing. We cannot give up and be users of this era. We need to build foundationally. And that's the bet we have taken at Sarvam. There is interesting things to be done on top of models, but at Sarvam, we are a foundational company building from scratch and going to continue doing that in the decades to come.
For most people, Pratyush, AI is an everyday experience with chatbots, interacting with those, getting it to write things for you at the very simple level. If one were to ask you how India's model or India's AI capability, the one that you're building, is going to be different at that kind of user experience level compared to a chat GPT and the other more, consumer-facing products, how would you describe it? What you're doing differently?
Yeah, so firstly, we are investing a lot more on Indian languages. So whether it's the quality of the speech models, whether it's quality of the text models, we benchmark against the best and we are significantly ahead. The other thing, we're interested in reducing the cost of access to these models. So we make them small, we make them efficient. If on a feature phone, somebody had to on voice ask questions, that's an entirely different use case. You would not even imagine other parts of the world doing, but we still have multiple hundreds of millions of these feature phones active today, right? So we are deeply interested in problems like that. We are also interested in data sets that are specific to India, right? So the cultural nuance to the language, to the culture, all of that we would like to include. So one is being able to compete globally on global benchmarks, which we are doing, right? So language is not the only thing we're interested in. We need to get language right because that is home turf. But we need to make these models strong generally. So whether it is math, whether it is coding, whether it is scientific reasoning, we want these models to be good on all of them.
As far as talent density is concerned, just sheer talent within the country to do some of these big, ambitious things that you're, trying to achieve. Where does India stand compared to other countries? Because there is a sense globally that it is India's moment. The summit that you're seeing happen in the city also suggests that, there is every effort to put the spotlight on India. Nobody can debate, Pratyush, as far as potential is concerned. Where does India stand?
See, look, people, and I like this statement that the Prime Minister said. He said, India mein shakti hai, jagane ki zarurat hai, right? So I genuinely believe that. India has a lot of potential, both in the talent we have in the country, and frankly, talent that would want to come back to the country if we had the playground for innovation. For long, we have not made innovation that feasible in the country, right? Because innovation is somewhat expensive, it needs champions to absorb them, and then value loops to be created on top. I think this is the moment when India is recognizing, maybe helpfully with the geopolitical situation, etc., that we are on, that guys, we have to stand up on our legs, right? And we are too important a country not to do that. So talent, to your question, is there in the country. There's a lot of work that is hard engineering that needs to be done in building these models. There is talent for that. But I'm very, very hopeful that these are early days which will attract a lot of people to come back to India. Not in the way other countries did by forcing them to come back, but genuinely recognizing that India is the place to be and the place to build, right? And we see a lot of that happening at Sarvam. Folks from different top companies coming back, joining us, and I believe there's a huge flood of people wanting to come back, and we are shaping up for that.
There are millions of young people who are going to be listening to you right now live across NDTV's platforms. What are Sarvam's criteria when you are hiring talent? Everyone wants to know. As the most exciting, one of the most exciting AI companies in India right now, what do you look for when you're hiring the next youngster who may make a difference in AI?
Yeah, it's interesting because, and I guess you also experience that at your organizations, because there is AI, what you know matters a little less than how quickly you can learn, right? The rate of learning matters much more than what you have learned. So we look at that very strongly. People with agency to learn, people with agency to go and solve things and imagine things that can't be out there. The other thing we look for is a little bit, I mean, not technical, but I genuinely believe you need to have the ability to suffer to succeed, right? And as these things become so powerful technologically, I think the human ability to stick to a problem persistently, come suffering or come what, I think that's the other thing that we look for. And it clearly shows, right? People who can go that extra mile are significantly more productive.
There are many founders of cutting-edge AI companies across the world, Pratyush, who've been sounding a warning bell about AI and the things it might do. You've seen the Anthropic CEO and founder, many others who've written essays that have gone extremely viral about the guardrails that are necessary as a society. Do you have similar thoughts? Is that something that you are thinking about as well? in Sarvam, because this is an enormous market here in India, untapped potential of proportions that have not been imagined before in the world. How does that occur to you?
Yeah, so I fully agree with what the general narrative is, which is that technologically this is unprecedented. The rate of change of technology, the impact it can have across sectors is unprecedented. It is happening much faster than institutions, countries can absorb change, right? So we are going to have trouble adapting to this. The shape and form of that will be decided as things go ahead. But what I'm also excited about, right? In fact, the theme of the summit that's happening in Bharat Mandapam is Sarva Jana Hitaya, Sarva Jana Sukhaya, right? So the welfare for all and the happiness for all, right? I think if we keep human flourishing as the center of why we are doing what we are doing, there is a lot of potential. India as a country, still physically not the world-class infrastructure that we desire, but top-class digital infrastructure. We built Aadhaar, in fact, my co-founder was the one who sort of built Aadhaar for 15 years, right? That foundation has been laid. I think now is India's time to imagine what the Sarvajana Hitaya version of AI is and make that a contribution to the world. We can, of course, do R&D at a global standard, but culturally coming from where we are, we can also contribute that back to the world because, frankly, most people in the world are scared. Right? Because where they are and what AI is doing, they do understand that there are going to be large changes, and it's India's moment to capitalize.
Is there going to be a tipping point? You know, I've thought about this question a little bit because right now it seems to be a moment of transition where the world is looking closely at India. All the big companies are looking very closely at Sarvam as well. Is there a tipping point ahead of us where India's role becomes much more defined in the world as far as what it's bringing to the table in AI? And I mean beyond, locally built models and things like that, plugging into the global chain.
Absolutely. No, there are very nice companies like Emergent out of Bangalore, which is building for the world, rapidly scaling in coding, right? I genuinely believe India will innovate in this space. But I think the key inflection point to your question will come when the latent demand in India is tapped into, right? We are hungry for intelligence. We are hungry for insight, knowledge, guidance, information. There's a huge asymmetry. If AI can plug that, if you can build the business case, if you can build the entire ecosystem around that, just like Aadhaar happened, it was an inflection moment. Nobody can compete against the way we do payments in the country. I think we will get to that kind of a state if we do AI at population scale. And that's when the strength of India, which is that we want to build things that take people along, that will come across, as opposed to the fast-moving capital frenzy that's happening in the space. And the third force, of course, is technology. It is so exciting as an engineer that these models are improving so fast. So all of them are going to play out. I think India's moment is when we can deploy it at population scale.
One of the themes at the event that you are participating in by the government is India Can, which is a very interesting choice of words because it assumes that that moment is already here. It's just waiting for a spark or a trigger to actually get there. Is Sarvam that company that's going to do that?
I mean, that is our mission to do that, right? But I think the India Can is an interesting evolution. There were times when people said India shouldn't, right? Yeah. Shouldn't build models, right? There are times when people said, must India build models? And some people say, India must, and so on, which is just opinions. I think what we are trying to show is that India can. And that the proof of concept of deep tech in India is done. We can build it. It's now about figuring out how to have proof of scale and then taking it forward, right? So I'm genuinely optimistic. India is a country that has demonstrated success over millennia. We'll do that in this generation as well.
Pratyush, and I want to bring it back to the consumer level for a moment right now, since we're still wearing these glasses, which is that, a couple of years ago, the chatbots and the chat GPTs were sort of novelties. Now they've become like an everyday part of your life, like a normal search bar. What is that next thing that's going to become normalized in our lives? Is it wearable tech? Is it some kind of a utility that has an AI layer to it? Just give us a kind of crystal ball sense of what is the new normal going to look like as far as everyday consumer life is concerned.
Yeah, but that's a $1 trillion question. I think everybody would like an answer to that. But my instinct is that we will all try to reduce the friction to access intelligence, right? We would all like at our fingertips to be able to access the powerful model, get an answer for it, and feel entertain, productive, whatever it is that you are trying to amplify, right? And variables will play a role, pervasive intelligence will play a role. Imagine walking into a high security place and you don't have to do anything. It's just AI, ambient AI that takes care of things, right? At the same time, AI working on a feature phone and being used across the country reliably, so retrofitted to what was working earlier. I see both of these things happening, right? But everybody, I think, should get faster access to this technology, so we have a level playing field.
What are the roadblocks between now and that potential inflection point, Pratyush? You talked about digital infrastructure being world-class. There are other infrastructural issues that India is going to have to sort out. Give us a prescription that you would like the government to listen to get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I think that if AI is thought of as a factor of productivity, most factors of productivity have a source. In this case, AI requires a lot of compute, right? To be able to serve AI or to a population scale, we need to have a large amount of accelerated compute. This is specialized compute that is required to run. It's not what runs on your laptop, etc. So getting access to that is important. And downstream from that is the need to get energy to power these things. Yeah. Of course, we need to do it frugally if you have to reach a population scale, but you still need a lot of it, right? And we should move ahead ambitiously, saying that this is the only post-AI world that there is, and go and create their infrastructure, because infrastructure has a gestation period. It takes time. I think that is the number one thing. And the second thing is the recognition that value loops being internal is a long-term advantage, right? Imagine Aadhaar being built by some foreign company. Yeah. That would not make sense. I think nuclear being built by somebody would not make sense. I think this is one such critical technology. In the long arc, sovereignty will matter a lot more.
I think what you said right at the start is something that we will end with today, which is that there is no going back. You know, this is where we are. It can only get bigger, deeper, more pervasive right now, more a part of our lives, the new normal. There simply isn't going back. And now as we end, your glasses have been doing some work through this entire conversation.
That's right.
So I'm going to call our team up on stage to end with what those glasses have actually been doing. It's a first demonstration on television, guys. It's very, very important that you pay attention to this. This is, okay, can we get that camera on stage, Ayush?
Yeah. See, the interesting thing about what these glasses is, we don't intend this to be as a one-off thing. You can build things that you need depending on what you're doing. So because we were having this chat, we wanted to build a quick app. So just like you have apps on phones, you can have apps on glasses. This is an app that takes our conversation, it summarizes the conversation. In this case, I asked it to do it in Hindi, so it summarized the whole thing. I can play it. In fact, I'm listening to the summary in my own glasses, and I've been clicking photos once in a while, so that's you wearing the nice-looking glasses, right?
Oh, nice. Zoom in here, you can see the pictures here.
So you can...
That have been taken with the glasses.
Along with it, right? So, and it goes on and gives me actual transcript of what we have been speaking. I can use this later to, and there are key points written out in Hindi and so on. So all of that happening as we were speaking. So this is one app, and you can imagine having many such apps doing various things as you wear them.
I'm just thinking of all the incredible use cases for this. You know, no more meeting minutes. The devil in me is thinking of all the other things one can do with it in national security and espionage and things like that. But incredible. Thanks very much, Pratyush. This has been literally an eye-opener. In May, these glasses go out into the market. In a couple of hours from now, Pratyush is going to be unveiling some new products, which he can't talk about right now. We'll have to plug into that, and we will show all of our audiences across NDTV's network all about that. All the very best, and thank you. Thank you very much, Pratyush.
Thank you. Yeah. Outside, yeah. Also, yeah.
Ayush, why are you looking green, man?
I'm looking green because I'm green with envy of Shiv and this very moment, because Shiv, that's actually all of us in the tech community, the first time that we have seen those glasses in action. Maybe at Bharat Mandapam, if people were to step out later in the day, they would get to experience them. But you've seen them here at the NDTV IND.AI Summit. First look, hence I am green. A huge round of applause, please.
Big round of applause. Everybody's excited to try that, by the way. But the other thing, Ayush, is something that Pratyush said, which is that what you already know is not as important as what you can learn through artificial intelligence. And I can live up my dream maybe to coach a football club.
Coach a
Who
football
knows?
club?
Who
Really?
knows? Yeah.
You know, in fact, at Bharat Mandapam also on the sidelines, they've had a bunch of these demos where they use AI coaches. There's AI in everything now, Alex.
Which is fantastic, right? You can draw up all of those tactics that we've always talked about.
Maybe for Fantasy Premier League, but you know, it's not just the creation of LLMs and sovereign AI. There's several themes that we'll be touching upon at this very summit.
And Pratyush spoke about some parts of that. In order to run these artificial intelligence models, you need infrastructure. You need energy
He
at
said
the base of it.
Very intensive compute resources. He mentioned as well, of course, we'll have the folks from NVIDIA joining us soon as well, and so many more conversations on regulations. But what if you're sitting on the sidelines, Alex, and you keep telling me to invest on all of your shows? All of us watch you during market hours and you say, invest in SIPs and mutual funds. What if I want to invest in AI?
So there are two themes, obviously, and everybody in this room probably knows this, but everybody tuning at home, that have played out over the course of the last 14 months odd, and that's artificial intelligence and gold. Artificial intelligence is the new gold because you need to be looking at everybody that's at the forefront of that. And that's exactly what early investors are trying to do, Ayush.
And I think that's what our next panel is going to be all about. So you want to take us through what exactly these themes are, and also if there is a rainbow at the end of that storm.
So essentially, you're talking about what India can do in this context and whether you have to look outside India's bounds. How can early investors look to capitalize on this massive opportunity in artificial intelligence? And in fact, the people on this panel are uniquely placed to tell you exactly that, because they've been looking at early stage funding for some of these very exciting ideas that are being populated as we speak right now. Please join us in welcoming on stage Ashutosh Sharma, India Head Investments at Process. We've got Akrit Vesh, who's founder at Activate. We've got Manav Garg, who's co-founder and managing partner at Together Fund. We've got Vikram Vaidyanathan, who is managing director at Z47, and Harshjit Sethi, early stage investor. Anchoring it is Shweta Rajpal Kohli, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Startup Policy Forum. Please, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ayush and Alex. That was a fantastic opening keynote, and who better than Pratyush Kumar of Sarvam to open the NDTV IND.AI Summit. He's clearly the man of the moment, and in a few hours from now, he will be at Bharat Mandapam, and he will be, of course, unveiling that big sovereign AI model that India has been waiting for. So that was the big moment. We're just going to quickly settle into this panel and have the next one talking about what investors are thinking about.
In the meanwhile, tell us what you're most excited to hear about.
Well, tons. I can tell you that today, all day, the conversations that we're going to be having, whether it is with top global majors, NVIDIA, OpenAI, Google DeepMind, or the top investors you see on this stage who have been thinking about how investing in the AI era is going to change. I think these are conversations that are going to be very, very defining, and the world will be a different place in the next few years, and it's very important that we bring these perspectives out and we have these conversations. So that's what we're excited about. I think we are waiting for Akrit, but we can begin if he's going to take a bit longer.
We are waiting for Akrit, but we've also got NDTV Profit's executive editor and head of markets, and Neeraj Shah, who's joining us in just a minute. That's his chair right there. And I'm very excited about this because you're probably going to be talking about ideas that are yet to come to the primary markets and eventually to the secondary markets. So Neeraj and Shweta, over to you.
I think given the excitement about the space, we could have done this standing also.
Right, exactly. All right, so investing in the era of AI. That is the theme of today's panel and discussion. And we have a star cast, literally, the who's who in the investing world with us here to talk about what they're thinking, how have trends changed, and what can we expect going further. Great to have with us, of course, Manav Garg of Together Fund, Ashutosh Sharma of Process. We've got Vikram Vaidyanathan from Z47, Harshit Sethi, who famously led the Sarvam investment early on, and of course, Neeraj from NDTV Profit to support me in moderating this session. Let me start by talking about one other company that has been making waves right now, and Manav Garg is best suited to talk about that, Emergent. Mukund Jha and team. For those who have not been following what's going on, this is a vibe coding company coming out of India that in just 8 months has touched an ARR, an annual recurring revenue of $100 million. So for those who were saying, you know what, there is no AI in India, here's Emergent telling you all about it. So Manav, tell us a little more about what vibe coding is all about for the uninitiated. Why is Emergent's success important? And how this is going to be an inflection point for India and AI?
All right. So first of all, I am feeling really, thank you very much, Shweta, for having me here. I am feeling so proud that we have one company which is out there. It is not only the fastest growing company in India, it is the fastest growing company globally. If you compare in consumer AI, there are about 8 companies which have touched $100 million in about 8 to 12 months. Emergent is the 9th company which has crossed $100 million in 8 months. So it has...
I'm gonna make sure the audience has got this right. The fastest growing AI company in the world is an Indian AI company, is what Manav tells us. The kind of growth that we've seen is unparalleled, only the 9th company, correct? Now that's right. Huge. And this is all a change in the last few months, correct?
Yes, so the product was launched on May 27th, and they touched $100 million on 16th. I was in flight from Boston to Delhi, and that's when they touched $100 million in ARR. So in under 8 months. So
tell us a little more about why vibe coding is so exciting as a trend and why Emergent is setting a new trend, so to say.
So if you look at, we invested in Mukund and Madhav Jha, they're 2 twin brothers, in September 24. At that time, they said they're going to focus on automating the entire software development lifecycle so that software development can become far more efficient. As they started building the product, testing, and as 3 months into the building the product, they realized actually they have found something which is really, really like gold. Because now what software can enable is, it can enable a non-technical user, people like you, me, and many people in the audience, who can now enable them to build anything that's in their mind. So the first unlock came through laptop. The second unlock came when you can build your app on mobile now. So for example, if you're a bakery owner in Philippines, you go online, you can build your storefront in a couple of $100s. You are a farmer in agriculture in India, you want to understand the crop movement, you want to understand the crop life cycle, you go there, you can build an app in few thousand rupees. And we have people from Mexico who are running clothing manufacturing companies, running the entire software, entire company on this vibe coding platforms. So what it has done is, it has brought the cost of software development by 100 times below. So somewhere who spent $100,000 probably have to spend, $1,000 now.
All right, so the cost of software development coming down dramatically, and vibe coding is making it absolutely easy for anyone in this room to be coding tomorrow without knowing those coding skills. And that's the kind of breakthrough innovation that we're seeing in the world of AI. Ashutosh Sharma, as the head of investments and M&A at Process, which is a large venture capital firm globally, you clearly back platforms across emerging markets at scale. What are some of the trends that you're picking up, especially in India, and what do you think will be some of the adoption models? We've just seen India finally arriving when it comes to foundation models with Sarvam. We're seeing a fantastic success story with vibe coding and Emergent. But what are some of the other themes that are emerging?
Thank you, Shweta. I think vibe coding is definitely emerging, and therefore we also backed Emergent. But much later than Manav, sadly.
Right.
But on a serious note, look, whatever picture I paint for you today will be absolutely obsolete tomorrow. That's how fast this space is changing. And it's not because of AI, it's not because of anything new, it's millions of years of evolution. We as humans are wired to use our resources carefully. I mean, this is a nicer way to say that we are wired to be lazy. So anything that makes us more productive, nobody needs to teach that to us. And AI at the core is that. It makes us much more productive, all of us. We can code better, we can make videos better, we can make speech better, and so on and so forth. So while today we see a lot of action at the foundational layer, who the winner there is, it's not decided, but there's a lot of action. Similarly, in coding, there's a lot of action because people who were making AI software were developers, and of course, who best to create this for but for themselves. We see a lot of action on vertical apps, legal, accounting, finance, so on and so forth. But to everyone who's listening to this, to all the budding entrepreneurs, this is what's happening today. But I promise, and you probably know all of this already, that every sector, every space, every niche, every nook, every cranny is going to change completely. And so you need to figure out which change, which action you want to drive and start building.
That's an interesting. Okay, is my mic on?
Yes.
I don't know. Everybody can hear me? Yes, you can now. Okay, great. I'd like to come to you, Harshit, and try and understand whether you believe that for a largely service and people-led tech sector of India for the last 2 decades, can AI be disruptive in that it could lead to job losses? Or will we have world-beating companies which can do a mix of both, which is scale and scale with taking people along with them?
I think this is a little bit of the cost towards India is at this point. The technology is real and the technology is going to be disruptive, whether we like it or not. And there's this term that lots of people have been talking about, the Jevons paradox, which is to say that if the cost of something drops dramatically, then actually we just create more things to fill up the void, right? And so we should assume that services is going to change. A lot of automation is going to be possible. But the reality is that India has all this data of doing this for so many years, and data is a very fundamental moat in being able to build strong automation, right? So if you're able to leverage this and we adopt technology quick enough, I think we certainly can be, have an even larger services sector going forward.
Okay. Do you second that, part one? And part two, while we are getting, let's say, the fastest growing AI company in the world in India, the opportunity size, a lot of people lament, is much larger outside. So for people who are parking money into AI-led businesses, does India give a really good bang for the buck, or is the opportunity still outside? Or larger opportunity still outside?
So if I zoom out, I look at this overall India AI opportunity in 2 parts. The first is what you said second, which is, I do think there is a lot of power in this DPI to the power of AI, where this digital public infrastructure, the magic in it is that it is linked to every Indian, and therefore it is sort of prescient that it was made for agentic.
But that's non-profit, right?
Sorry?
But that's non-profit. That's non-profit person.
No, let me complete my thought.
Sorry.
So my thought was that when you look at sort of agents layered on top of DPI, that democratizes financial services even more. So imagine an agent that negotiates on someone's behalf to get the right loan at the right price. It democratizes healthcare, where you get a digital doctor. It democratizes education in a way where education that's offered only in the cities is offered to every Indian, and so on. So I think the opportunity on this DPI to power AI is massive. The friction point today is the cost. The cost of inferencing is too high for it to be available at population scale. In order to, so it needs like that catalyst geo moment. So if you bring it down to a cost, that happened with mobile, then real magic starts to happen. So that's the India opportunity. We have a bunch of companies like NESA, Ulka, which are going down that path. The second opportunity, like you said, is global. The immediate opportunity is AI services, which is you essentially help the world how to build AI at production scale. But I think the real opportunity is AI product companies, or I just call them AI companies because they're product, services, everything together. And there it is owning outcomes and not owning like a tool that does the work, but actually does the work and completes the work. And you're starting to see some of those outcomes happen across already in our portfolio, but those are sort of 95% accuracy or automation outcomes. But you're starting to see that you can get to this 99%, 99.9% owning the outcome. Then you get into labor replacement, higher productivity that drives revenue and so on. Then that market really expands.
Yeah, Ashutosh, you have a point. Yeah.
I just wanted to add something to that. Look, I think if you, there's two lenses to take. If you take the GDP lens, of course our GDP is lower than US and China. And so the opportunity is smaller, right? But if you take the product market fit lens, I think AI's product market fit is best suited for India. AI is made for India. If someone looks into our Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas, somewhere there must be a prophecy about AI. Why is that? Because we are an extremely, extremely complex country. We are very diverse, 22 languages, I know 30 languages, there are probably 100,000 dialects and so on and so forth. We come from various different demographic backgrounds, right from kind of a government school going kid to the best school in Mumbai, in South Mumbai, South Delhi, and so on and so forth. The only leveler will be technology. And the only leveler will be technology that can be custom to me, my learning needs, my health needs. There is no way we can build enough hospitals, enough schools, train enough teachers, train enough doctors. The only leveler will be that. And therefore, I think AI is the tool to lift India to get to the Viksit Bharat dream that we...
Ashutosh, let me challenge that. I think Vikram and Manav also want to come in and hold your thoughts because we'd love to hear this and this is getting interesting. But Ashutosh, if I were to challenge that, see, on one hand, you're saying AI will democratize, right? And that's hugely powerful because countries like India probably need that leveler for technology to be a leveler. And also, at the same time, we are seeing that the pace at which this technology is accelerating. I mean, look at it. All of us who probably follow it day in, day out, if we probably don't read overnight, by next morning, we're probably already laggards, right? So how will the world adapt in a time when we're already seeing a two-speed economy of sorts, right? You have power users, those who are adapting to AI quickly, and then there are laggards who simply are not being able to cope up. But on the other hand, there is the power of what you're saying, which is democratization. So how do you think these two twin trends will play out?
I think that's true with every technology. I mean, remember, I was not even born then, but when the cars were launched, right, they were power users of car, but there's probably 95% of the people said horse is fine. My life goes on with the horse, right? But over time, I think people do realize, and now today, cars are democratized. Everyone from Modi ji to my father uses a car.
Right. I think Vikram wanted to make something. Yeah.
I was going to pick up on the same thought, and this is almost as fundamental as fire, right? So, but you can, and then you start discovering tons of uses. You use it to cook, but you also use it to make steel. So, I think we are at that cusp of really discovering what that technology is. And I think for India, like Ashutosh said, I think it is sort of tailor-made for India, but also the stack is tailor-made for agentic. There is no other tech stack in the world like DPI where it links the data of every Indian, every user, like it does in India, and every Indian has access to it. So it was sort of like I can have my own personalized agent for a bank. I can have my own personalized agent for healthcare. I can have my own personalized agent for education. And I don't think that access has ever happened to more than the top 100 million people.
Yeah, I think Harsh and Manav both want to come quickly.
Shall I have a different point of view than yours on this? I think there's a lot of progress on AI and everything on the frontier is changing rapidly and there's lots of research. But if you just think about what AI has made possible today, there's a lot of just using the models as they stand today. If you assume those are the best we have for the next few months, even just the capability that all of us can access through that is enormous, right? So right now, I think yes, we can all think about being on the bleeding edge and wanting to sort of keep pushing the frontier model forward. But if we just take what we have today and make sure that is democratized and those sort of permeate all aspects of our life, there's a lot of value to be created, and that's sort of where India can really shine.
Great. So even with what we have right now, it's enough to keep us
going.
We
don't have to be on the cutting edge.
Manav,
I think to me the fundamental question is a bit different. I think we all will adopt AI,
I think if you look at it for OpenAI, Anthropic, and for Emergent, India is the second largest market, by the way. 13% of the user of Emergent or users and revenue is from India. I think the larger question is, what is the market share this time an Indian company can take? I think in the past waves as well, whether it's internet or car waves also, it's always the MNCs who have come into India and actually taken most of the revenue away. I think the larger question is, I think it's at a country geopolitics war level. If we don't have indigenous companies who are actually becoming global in this wave, I think we'll have a challenge.
All right, when you have a panel, Neeraj, go ahead, you had a question, yeah.
No, just a follow-up to that, Shweta. So Manav, to you then, is there a possibility that in the next 5 years, we do that? Because as of now, the global, the MNC companies are the ones which are building the tools on which maybe service companies might do that. Infosys doing that tie-up with Anthropic yesterday, for example, right? So will India carve out niches, or could we have global scale companies which have a moat, a true moat in AI?
Yeah, so that is what actually the Emergent model is showcasing. The Emergent is showcasing, so what is that model? India has an opportunity on top of the frontier models, right, which is application layer. So what Emergent is an application on top of Anthropic and OpenAI and many other frontier models. So I think that is where the fundamental innovation has to happen. So what is the innovation that Emergent has done? They went after production-ready applications, which a frontier model cannot do today. So once you find innovation in a horizontal, that is one way to build a company. Now the question comes, in addition to a fundamental insight, what else do you need? So what has gone right for Emergent? If I can say, okay, Emergent is a model which we can replicate many more companies, is that, first of all, a deeply technical team which can solve a very, very deep technical problem, which is competing at a world scale, the valley scale. Number two, culture of working almost 16 to 18 hours a day continuously. It's like I sit with them, 2 to 3 days a week. They work 16 to 18 hours non-stop, shipped daily, and their intensity is same as what OpenAI and Anthropic would be. And number three, capital availability, right? So what we have done when we invested in Emergent, we wrote a 5.5 million seed check in September 24. That time, most of the funds were not writing very large seed checks. And subsequently, of course, they have raised capital, they raised $100 million. And if you look at OpenAI and Anthropic today are also raising, $40 billion, $100 billion capital perhaps over a period of time. I think these things have to come together. And that is where government support is also going to be very, very important to get there. I think without that, I think we'll end up becoming all beholden to foreign companies. I'm sorry to say that, but that's where we are going.
Yeah, and I want to take forward that theme before I also come to the risks, which is the role of government, right? We have been in active conversations at the Startup Policy Forum with policymakers, with the India.AI mission, with METI, talking about the important role governments will play. And there are twin sides to that. Number one is pure infrastructure, the compute, right? And is the government empowering innovators enough with that infrastructure? And the second, of course, is the other side on regulation. How much to regulate this technology that clearly nobody is keeping pace with, and how do you do that? It's a hard job for a regulator. It's tough to be a regulator in today's times. So first, any of you would like to talk about the infrastructure and government as an enabler. How important is that role? And are we being able to do enough, or is it still that India is playing catch up?
So I think in addition to the points that you made, Shweta, on compute and research, which India is obviously behind, I think one thing we forget that capital is also an advantage in this case, because all these things need massive amount of capital. If you look at what Trump did, he went to Saudi Arabia or to Middle East, got all the capital into the US, SoftBank is investing in the US. So I think we also need a capital of different scale.
And that brings me to the concentration risk, because if you're not pumping in the kind of capital, and the government's thinking is a little bit of a wait and watch, because just the sheer hundreds of billions of dollars that are going in, I mean, is that the route India should follow?
See, I don't think government alone can actually invest so much of capital. I think it's how do we market our country? How do I make believe that India can produce those global companies? I was speaking at Harvard before this. There Chinese are saying we'll build companies which are global scale and we'll compete with the US. India is not saying that. So India will have to attract capital from outside.
Correct.
Enough capital is available. I don't think we can depend on government to give all the capital. All we want is India to be marketed, and founders have to come together and showcase that we can build the companies. It's a global race.
It's a global race. That's a big point, Vikram.
So, firstly, asking venture capitalists who think as a startup scale to talk about the macro is very dangerous, but I'll still venture an opinion. I think the cost of compute is fundamental to drive the pace of innovation for the country. And that's something that the government can play a big role. I think this time we could play our cards a little bit smarter, because as this technology is coming into the market, we are already the second largest market of scale for everyone. And therefore, we need to make sure that investments are made on the country's behalf by people who want to use this market. And I think that's how we can play our cards a little bit smarter, and therefore driving down the cost of compute, which I do think if you offer that cost of inferencing to founders in the market, they will create magic with it. The second part of it is the regulator. And I think, you know, I work in fintech as well, which is where the RBI, I think, is a very progressive regulator. We, in fact, I did a workshop with the RBI fintech department head, and I think he was very curious about how AI can be used. And I think the first focus for them, obviously, is going to be how AI can be used in compliance, which can then regulate the AI that's used for business in some ways.
So,
yes.
well, you know, Ashutosh, I'd like to bring in a distinction between how listed market investors think about what policy the government is doing versus what the private market investors might think. Now, for the listed market investors, maybe first part of the train is gone, but what the government is incrementally trying to do is pretty encouraging, which means the data center 22-year tax holiday. I mean, in some sense, it's not something that we've seen, right? Is that good enough? Or do you reckon something more can be done? Because there is a limit to how much the government can fund these causes. At some point of time, the government will derive policies in order to attract capital.
No, I think fair point. So look, I think in my mind, there is two very important things that are required. One, of course, is compute. I think we're all clear. The other one is a slightly softer aspect. There's probably 5,000 top researchers, AI researchers in the US. There is probably 3,000 in China. There's probably 250 in India. Right? So I don't know if you can build policy to bridge that gap, but that's a big gap.
But that's a long runway, right? What to do in the near term is the question.
I think, look, near term, these two are combined. The national security imperative on a sovereign model which runs on sovereign compute is I think, very, very important. Because once we have that, we can start building with Indian values and products which are kind of very, very nuanced from an India perspective. So I think that's important.
Sure.
So I think the big gap, everybody acknowledges, I agree with Ashu, that we don't have researchers. But I think key part is those researchers on their own are not creating companies, the founders who are creating companies. So Sam Altman is not a researcher. He went and hired researchers, right? So I think if Indian founders can hire in the US, there are about massive Indian diaspora researchers in MIT, Penn State, and so many other colleges. I think Indian founders have to raise capital and hire those researchers. The teams can be hybrid teams. I think it's the first way we can create the companies. Meanwhile, through government policy and initiatives, we are building our own research, infrastructure. This is going to be a 10-year gap. But nothing stops me for going and hiring people in the US, right? We can be in a corporate company, hire researchers in the US. Some of them really feel for the country. They want to come back and be based here. Some of them want to be based in the US. That does not matter, right? As long as we're able to build IP in India and companies are solving problems from here, I think we can do that. That's the entry model to my mind.
You want to bring in the risks now? Yeah.
I think we want to take forward this discussion around how do you balance the need for capital, and you all said that there's absolutely no way we can say no to foreign capital at this point, right? So if Google's coming and putting in $20 billion in Vizag, you know what? Of course, government of India would welcome that. On the other hand, there is this constant pressure on sovereign, and it's coming from a very important need, as Pratyush just said in the opening session, that you know what, this is one technology where the need for safeguarding national interest, the need for having sovereign capabilities is higher than ever before. So if today you're a regulator and all of you are today, evaluating hundreds of companies, understanding the risks that come with investing in AI, but today imagine sitting in the shoes of a regulator and trying to grapple with this absolutely unprecedented scenario. On one hand, ensuring that there is no slowdown in innovation, but you know what? We cannot give up our sovereign interests. Any thoughts on how should a government balance that?
So I think if you look at a structural level, what is what belongs to India is the data of India, right? Our citizens' data. So I think first and foremost is we have to make sure that data is being used for India and remain in India.
So you think regulatory incentives and policy incentives to make sure that data usage is India first is something the government should press into action.
Yeah, that
and
is
I'm sure some of the global majors here in India right now would not be happy with that, right?
Correct. So that is point number one. That is immediate, which I think can be enabled through policy, and it's going to be difficult given geopolitics right now.
Correct.
I think number two is we have to compete on a business model within countries now, not just within the companies. So what is the business model? US business model is founders attract capital, they build technology and license to the world. What China did, government-sponsored companies, they did innovation and they did open source. That's how DeepSeek and all that are coming into play. So what is India's model? I think India's model is built on the raw talent India has. India has to get this talent capital, give them infrastructure, and say build for India, and give them enough IP protection around the world. And that's the way only we can come out in mid to long term.
Would you guys agree? Harsh?
I think, there's the framing of this that at least sort of we've learned from the West, which is that, it's just about capability. And so we just have to be cutting edge and that's the best. Actually, I don't think that's the best. I think if you sort of think about in the India context, I think it's about marrying capability with cost and context, right? If you think about sort of, regulated industries that have to use these models, they have to be sort of, it has to be at a price point that is sort of palatable for them to use it. It's about sort of, thinking a little bit about the context in which their users interact with their services, a little bit of what Sarvam is trying to do, right? It is marrying these three things that produce, quote unquote, the best solution. So just framing the problem as saying, on a certain benchmark, that can be arbitrary, deciding that, Indian models are not the best is perhaps not the right way to look at it, in my view. I think Indian models can actually be very competitive for Indian services.
Vikram?
I think this overall sovereign strategy is almost existential for the country. So I think it's very important for us to sort of figure it out right now. In terms of what this this AI trend line does, it just increases the surface area of attack for everything, right? From a cybersec perspective, think tons of agents running around in a bank, both your agents as well as the bank agents. That just creates an incredibly chaotic surface area. So I think one is investments on that surface area of attack are actually super important from a top-down perspective. The other is, I think if we just keep aping where the West potentially is driving use cases for AI, then we might fail, because the power of the tech is to potentially direct it in ways that the West might not, right? That's how we ended up with UPI, right? So you have to direct it in ways that actually drive use cases, whether it's health, whether it's education, in a way which helps us much more than the West is doing.
It's hard
yes,
to,
Ashu.
sorry, I was just saying it's hard to opine on sort of what the government should do. But look, I think the national security point that Vikram made is very valid. So one lens is that to take. But the second one is, from a usage standpoint, this is such a unique space. There's a lot of capex that is required here in this case before the product becomes real. And therefore, to a certain extent, we will need a secure demand for a LLM, for a sovereign LLM player to deliver on that promise of LLM. And I think that secure demand is something that the government can really help with.
Shweta,
right.
I'll get the audience to ask some questions as well. Since we have one more guest, I'm just getting up. Let's get the guest on the stage.
That'll be great. Yeah? Thank you, Neeraj. We've got Akrit Vesh of Activate who's joined us as well. Neeraj is going to bring in audience questions for us. But this discussion, Akrit, I want to bring you quickly up to speed. We've been having some fun talking about what's going on. And I think you've come in at a perfect time, because the conversation is exactly around and as Ashu was just saying, very hard to be in the government's shoes right now, because it's hard to decide what do you do. You know what? You need global capital, so bring in these global majors. You know what? The who's who of the global AI world is lining up in India right now. The India AI Summit has been a show of strength for India. But at the same time, sovereignty is a question that keeps coming up. And how do you deal with this question of, are we doing enough to make sure India is moving on that path of sovereignty in AI? Akrit Vesh, just to give the audience some context, is a seasoned founder and a prolific founder, is someone who has advised the India AI mission as well in a brief stint with the government as an advisor, and is now doing something even more exciting. His new fund, Activate, is an AI-focused fund. So all that he's going to be doing over the next few years is look for AI companies and invest in them, and that's his only thesis. Is that correct, Akrit? Are you bullish enough to say there are enough companies out there for you to back?
So many questions, but let's try to take the easy ones first. Are there enough companies to back? That's one hill I'm willing to die on, 100%. I just think you have to look hard enough to find them. Also, I think the entire reason for me to do this and the name of Activate comes from, we think the best AI companies in India are yet to be created. So I think we have a few great examples in front of us, but the bulk of the AI activity is yet to happen. So that's why we called it Activate, that we want to activate these companies. I think I caught like the last few seconds on the should India have its LLM sovereign question. I think that, and what should the government do? I think we sometimes forget that globally, most of the sovereign AI that has been created, actually the government did not play a capital allocator role. In most other countries, the policymakers played a policy-making role and enabling and creating ways in which companies can navigate. But really, beyond a certain point, this capital has to come from venture or private capital or private equity, because that's ultimately what will lead to value creation of these companies. Ironic, we're sitting here at 11 o'clock because in an hour, Sarvam announces their sovereign LLM.
Absolutely, and Pratyush was here this morning. We had Shiv, in fact, do a fantastic session, Akrit, where he did a lot of demos, his glasses. So it's actually a moment in time that we are seeing right now. It's almost goosebump moment, because you had Pratyush here opening the India Summit of NDTV, doing that demo, going to Bharat Mandapam, and going to be launching. You're just coming right from there. We're all part of this moment and this conversation right now. But to me, what is most exciting is how quickly trends and sentiments change in this AI world. Just a few months ago, the pessimism, and Harsh, I want to bring you in, not just the pessimism about AI in India, but the pessimism on Sarvam particularly, right? There were naysayers, there were critics, and today everyone's a champion. So I just want to understand that, is this not a bit disconcerting also, because I think no one can be doing crystal ball gazing anymore, and it's all about wait and watch.
What we have to understand is that there's two types of companies, right? There is all the application layer companies that build on top of these models, and then there are research companies, which is sort of what Sarvam and OpenAI and others are. And research just fundamentally takes time. And so the patience that we as an ecosystem need to show companies that are actually trying to push the ball forward on research just needs to exist in the ecosystem. We just cannot expect fundamental innovation to happen overnight. These things take a lot of time, effort, capability. And I think that's sort of what Sarvam has demonstrated, that actually India has the talent. It may not have as many researchers as the US, or it may not have as much capital as the West, but actually we have some very smart people that understand India the best, and that they can actually build some pretty phenomenal things.
We're going to bring in audience questions, and Neeraj, those who are interested in asking can start raising your hands while I quickly do one quick round of questions. But Neeraj, it'll be great to have audience. One quick round to each one of you on the one big risk that you're seeing right now, or the risk that anything that's worrying you, giving you sleepless nights, or something that you see as a risk that we're not talking about enough. Very quick, and then we're going to go to audience. Manav,
I think the biggest is the guardrails of safety. When my daughter or teenage son using ChatGPT or Anthropic Cloud, I think they are all not designed for safety to the extent we all need. We don't know what is inside the black box, even though we are focus on AI and we deal with these companies day in, day out. I think enough is not being done on safety because it's a race. And in a war, people don't care about safety first. They first care about winning, and then safety comes second. I think that is the biggest risk.
And a great point coming from an investor, so safety is a big point.
I think the biggest risk from an India perspective is, as an ecosystem, everyone in this room we underestimate the size of the opportunity and not go all in. I think we are already behind the two major powers in the race, and now is the time to go all in.
Vikram.
I think for me, the risk is similar to what Ashu is saying. We don't recognize the size, and then therefore we don't recognize what kind of change is needed to actually really think AI native. Because right now, I think all ideas are a little bit incremental, saying this is how it works. How can we use AI to make it a little bit better, versus saying, hey, this technology fundamentally changes how an org should look, what roles should it be. You are seeing designers coding, coders shipping, customer service requests automatically. I think everything changes fundamentally, and we are still thinking incrementally about the size of the opportunity.
Harsh, yeah.
I think for me it's jobs. We're starting to talk about it, but we need a lot more new companies starting to absorb some of the changes that are going to happen with AI.
Akrit.
I think selfishly from an India AI perspective, the only thing that keeps me up at night is, does the third year IIT student at IIT Bombay, as he's thinking about or she's thinking about their career opportunities, they have two choices to make today. First is go down the Arvind Srinivas path, that look, the best research is going to happen in the West. I'm going to plan a way that I can get to the Bay Area and then build my career there. Or I want to build AI for India or AI from India. I think that this is a real fork in the road moment. And I think if the more of the former happens, then we'll be sitting here doing more conferences. But I think really the hope is that the next set of founders, the best quality founders, the best researchers at the IITs and India see that this is a market to build from. And that ties into what everybody was saying, that the size of opportunities needs to be made visible.
All right, I know we have to go to audience questions, but I have that one last question because I think we have to wrap up and we have the next session starting. Neeraj, quickly, one question from you, and then we're going to start wrapping.
Yeah, I'm not going to take the audience questions because that's Alex and Ayush's job, so AI is not taking their job away, nor am I maybe. Right. But just one question, because all of you are investors, right? I'd love to know. One thing is for the government to try and do capital raising, enabling provisions or regulations. But what about valuations? From where you guys have invested over last 12 months to the valuations at which opportunities would be available right now at the scale at which these companies can go globally. Any of you can come in on this. Yeah, sure, whatever. Please.
So I think the valuation, I'll just give you some data points. From PitchBook data, the size of exits have really gone up massively. So right now we're looking at 1%, top 1% is a 20 billion plus exit. We have so many companies touching 20 billion plus globally speaking. It used to be $5 billion or $1 billion 20 years back, $1 billion and $5 billion later on. So therefore, the entry level valuations have also gone up subsequently, right? So today it makes sense for me to write a $20 million seed check, a $100 million valuation, because I know if the team is really good and they solve a hard problem, it can be really, really large outcome.
Yeah, but
all right, I think, I'm so sorry, we're really out of time, so I'm going to have to end this discussion because we want to make sure we're running on time. But I think this has been a fantastic panel. Ayush and Alex are going to join me in here now to bring in the next panel. But I have one thing that I'm going to be very excited about is to bring back this panel when we have the $100 billion Indian AI company. And quick word on when that's coming. Anybody, any one person to end this panel on. How soon are we going to be back when we have the $100 billion India AI company to celebrate?
I think 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. I'm just going to go with faster than anyone thinks.
All right. Anyone else?
5 years.
5 years. All right. So I think with that, we're going to wrap
Shweta.
and we're going to have a very quick break before we move into
Shweta,
the next
you know
panel.
what?
Yes?
The AI gods have showered some love on us. We have some time to take a few audience questions. I see question marks
All
in
right.
the audience.
You're the boss.
And Alex and I need to burn some calories, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be on that side right here already. Just a minute. Hi.
Hi, thank you. It was a very insightful panel. This is an insightful discussion in India coming from Davos, a very different language, very different theme. But my question is for all of you, can emerging AI economies like India leverage lighter touch regulation to become deployment hubs, or will the lack of model level regulation eventually limit global trust and interoperability? Anyone for anyone?
Whoever, either of you can take.
I didn't understand the question actually.
Sorry, you want to repeat your question, ma'am, very quickly, 30 seconds?
Yes. Can emerging economies like India leverage lighter touch regulation on AI as Europe is doing model level AI, or should we as investors be skeptical about the regulation curbing the investment returns for us?
Yeah, so I think you're trying to understand what role a regulator can play. Like in Europe, UK and Europe probably is heavy on regulation as against India, which is light touch. I think if you look at India has always been a market-driven economy. And regulator has done fundamental work on it. For example, if you take a biggest innovation on payments, which Vikram was talking about in UPI, where government created digital infrastructure and let the market decide who the winner is. And the foreign capital came in, and we have a very, very vibrant financial inclusion ecosystem now. I think similar for AI, I think the model for India would be a light touch regulation, and then market-driven forces where we attract capital, we use our talent, and we use, and as Akit was saying, guide them towards creating companies which is good for India and create sovereign from there. I think that's the way India model has worked to my mind so far and will also work going forward.
I think a regulator will set priorities and guardrails. And right now, they're figuring out what the priorities should be and what the guardrails are. And then you sort of tweak from there versus, adopting one model versus the other.
Okay. I'm told that that's all the time we have. But that one question was fantastic. Thank you so much, ma'am. Big round of applause for this entire panel, captivating audience. And thanks so much for taking the time, guys. Engaging conversation, Ayush.
Engaging it was, and we have a slew of surprises lined up, Alex. So much is going to happen, so much that we planned and so much that we didn't plan as well. And I think that's the whole point of having AI on your side. Be honest with me. Have you used any AI platform to prep for today?
Yes, I used 3.
Which 3 did you use?
I used ChatGPT, Gemini, and Perplexity.
What if I told you that 66% of the brands that you mentioned will in some form be on this stage? And in fact, I don't want to give it away, the next session would genuinely be the architecture behind all of this, the AI revolution. And that conversation is going to happen on stage as well.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But guys, if you think about it, right, all of you have used some form of artificial intelligence, one of the large language models.
Let's ask
them.
them.
Why don't we ask them? Ayush, go ahead.
Quick show of hands. How many of you all have used ChatGPT in the past week? Okay, now this is going to be a good vox pop. How many of you all have used Google Gemini in the past week? Wow. Was that
so
more?
people are like me, right? You use multiple. So I'm guessing you have preferences for what you're asking, which model?
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of real-time contextual stuff, Gemini does well. ChatGPT's voice mode is probably unparalleled. And now we have Sarvam AI as well.
And you were showing me yesterday, Ayush, how to find my spectacles. I lost them.
Yeah,
and you were actually, so I have this tendency of forgetting where I keep my spectacles, and Ayush put his camera on, and he's like, help me find Alex's spectacles. And he managed to do that.
Sometimes I also lose Alex during shows, and I put on the visual intelligence on one of these lovely Gemini or ChatGPT, and it shows me the most dashing man in the room. That's what AI does for a lot of us.
Absolutely. So the point that we're trying to make is artificial intelligence is not just the technology. It's not just what you can touch and feel. It is the infrastructure behind that makes it possible, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the full stack. And there is one particular company that's genuinely driving this story at the heart of it. It's the largest market share and genuinely dictating in which direction this revolution is headed.
It feels a little bad to say it, but if you think about the market capitalization of this company and you compare it to the market capitalization of the Indian equity market, well, let's just say that this company has a larger market cap. Over $5 trillion, Ayush.
No, absolutely. You know, from data centers to factories, from cloud to the physical world, AI is genuinely becoming the engine of modern economies, Alex. And the heart of that engine is NVIDIA.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jay Puri, Executive Vice President Worldwide Field Operations at NVIDIA. Sir, please make your way to the stage.
A huge round of applause, please. This is an absolute honor, sir, to have you with us over here. And obviously moderating this massive moment is Shweta Rajpal Kohli of the Startup Policy Forum. We cannot wait for this session. A huge round of applause, please.
think AI, and the one company that will come to your mind is NVIDIA. Starting out as a very niche graphic chips company to now becoming an AI titan, a company that has the distinction of being the first to ever cross that $5 trillion market cap, a company that continues to have innovation at the core of its engine. And it's such an honor and pleasure for us to have with us Jay Puri, Executive Vice President, who's leading the NVIDIA delegation to India at this very crucial moment when India is hosting the India AI Impact Summit. And for us to have him for this keynote fireside at the NDTV IND.AI Summit is a real honor and pleasure. Jay Puri, you're someone who has a fantastic credential of being the one person who has helped bring about this transformation of NVIDIA. And I'd love to hear from you, first off, what this moment means to you, being in India at this time, at the invitation of the Prime Minister, as a company that continues to be the poster child of AI in the world. What are your thoughts as you visit India?
Thank you, Shweta, and hello, everyone. Yes, it's an absolute honor to be here at this momentous occasion. We've all been looking forward to the AI Summit. The Prime Minister obviously has great aspirations for AI to democratize things for the global South, and he wants India to be the digital hub for AI infrastructure. And we are just so delighted to be here to help celebrate our ecosystem and to partner with the government, startups, researchers, and so on to make AI a reality in India.
Well, AI is a reality, Jay, and definitely for NVIDIA more than for anyone else. And I think as students of AI, and all of us still grappling with what this technology is, how transformational it is, and how it's going to change our lives, we'd love to understand the NVIDIA architecture of AI. And NVIDIA famously talks about that 5-layered cake. and it's great for audience to understand that 5-layered cake, when we talk about, whether it's energy or chips and data and then apps and, models. And I don't think I got that sequence right, but no one better than you to break it down for us, to unpack that 5-layered cake for us and help us understand what's going on in the world.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, AI, the ability to manufacture intelligence at scale, it's a miracle. I mean, it is just amazing, and it is unleashing a new industrial revolution. It's going to be as essential infrastructure as electricity or transportation, internet. The impact on society is going to be huge. The question is, how did it become a reality?
Right.
And there is actually a very fundamental change in the way computing and software is done, which is what made it possible. So in the past, as you know, software was very explicit. You had to tell a computer exactly what to do. You wrote the program or the algorithm, gave it access to structured data, and then, it would essentially, do what you asked it to do. Well, AI and the computers now are very different. You can basically talk to them, ask them questions. They understand what is your intent, what is the context, and then they're able to reason about things and give incredible responses or take action and so on. It's really amazing because now the types of things you can do literally is what humans could do before with our intelligence, right? And this all became possible. So in the past, as I said, everything was pre-programmed, and when you were talking to computers, etc., you were essentially retrieving stuff that was already been pre-recorded. Now, everything is being done in real time. These responses are all real time. And so that requires a tremendous amount of compute to be able to do that. NVIDIA essentially pioneered that method of computing. We were able, previously, computing was basically driven by Moore's law. And essentially, computers got twice as fast every 18 months, 10 times as fast every 5 years, 100 times as fast every 10 years. In the past 10 years, since AI came to the fore, NVIDIA has increased computing by 1 million times. And
wow,
we continue,
1 million times.
1 million times.
Amazing, right.
And that's kind of, that is totally transformational, and that's what has made this AI stack, possible to be able to do that. So, so let me talk a little bit about the 5-layer cake that you bring up. It's the 5-layer stack. Jensen calls this the 5-layer cake, which is interesting. And so here is what it is. At the foundation, it's about energy. So the amount of energy, the amount of compute or intelligence, the amount of intelligence that you will be able to produce fundamentally, of course, depends upon how much energy you have. And so that is the most basic of constraints. On top of that, we have chips.
Right.
And that's where, NVIDIA builds the most advanced chips when it comes to, parallel processing, graphics processors. You need high bandwidth memory. You need very fast interconnect and so forth. And these chips, you have to make sure they're all co-engineered to work well together, because ultimately they determine the horsepower of the system, if you will. They determine how fast the ultimate factory is going to be. And the faster something is, that is directly proportional to being lower cost. And so the faster we can make it, the lower the cost and the more affordable it is, which is, of course, very important. Then the next layer of the stack is what we call infrastructure.
Correct.
This is actually building the AI factories, okay? Right. So you need the land, you need to build out the shell for the data center, you need to provision it with the appropriate power and cooling and connectivity and so on. Then you take the chips that I talked about, you put them in servers, and you connect them with very high-speed networking. You have a whole software layer that is on top to make it work. So these are AI factories.
And that's the infrastructure layer.
That's the infrastructure layer. Billions of dollars of investment, and so it's really important that this be built very well.
Right.
And so, NVIDIA has reference architectures that help you design the data center appropriately, reference end-to-end architecture to, build out the AI factory so that the total cost of ownership is as low as it can be, and the return can be very, very fast. On top of the infrastructure, the next layer then is the models.
Right.
So these models are like, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, Grok, and so on. These are the proprietary models that
and if I may add now, Sarvam as well.
I was going to go there because this is really important, Shweta. The other set of models that are there are the open models.
Correct.
And the ones like DeepSeek and Qwen, and now NVIDIA has the Nemotron models.
Right.
And then Sarvam and all these other indigenous sovereign models that are being built we are helping them with the Nemotron, and those are extremely important to India's sovereign strategy, and hopefully we'll talk more about that.
I'd love to actually talk more about that, Jen.
Well, let me just
finish the fifth layer. Yes, please.
Of the cake.
Of course, very important that we have the cake.
We gotta have the full
and the top layer is very important too, yes.
Yeah, well, actually the top layer in some ways is the most important, and that is the applications that are built on top.
Correct.
And because these are the applications where the real economic value is brought to industry, right? So whether it be healthcare, manufacturing, finance, You know, every single industry is going to be transformed, manufacturing, and so that's where all the applications are being built, and you know, all the services, including all the public services in India, are going to be developed on top of that. So that's the 5 layers. Okay, energy, chips, infrastructure, models, and applications. And each layer sort of pulls on the layer beneath, and it's all extremely important.
Jaipuri, I must say this is the best masterclass an audience could ever get on understanding artificial intelligence, because as I keep saying, you know, this is a technology that's transforming so quickly that people are still grappling with understanding it. But a beautiful explanation, and thank you. And I'd like to touch upon the top 2 layers that are most significant for India, and of course we'll talk about infrastructure and compute as well. But first, let's talk about the layer around the models, because the conversation right now is on that. In about an hour from now, at the Bharat Mandapam, we will see Sarvam launching formally its sovereign AI model, and there has been a lot of excitement and build-up around it. We've seen them do 14-day model drops, and this coming especially on the back of a lot of pessimism around India and its ability to build models. And there was a time when we were just hearing everyone say, you know what, India should not even be in the race. You can just be on the application layer, and that's all that India should do. But now here we are showing and demonstrating capability. My question to you here is, NVIDIA's thoughts around both sovereign AI and, as you had mentioned, open source, and why these are very significant terms, and if you could explain a little bit more about it and what your thinking is on how India should be thinking on these ideas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I never doubted that India is going to be a major player given all the talent that is here.
I think let's give a big applause to that. Someone who never doubted India, and it's very important that we hear that coming from NVIDIA. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, you know, so what sovereign AI is about designing, developing, regulating your own AI systems, having your own domestic AI infrastructure, and, you know, using your own data. You know, every country, especially a country like India, has a lot of proprietary data that reflects its many languages, its culture, and so on, which is a very valuable resource. And so you absolutely want to develop, you know, local models that are key to the sovereignty, just like Sarvam is developing, right? So that it can reflect the culture of India, the languages of India. And to be able to do that, open models are very essential,
right,
as a starting point. And that's why NVIDIA has a major focus now on open models. Our models are at the frontier scale now, and they're called Nemotron. And we are working with Sarvam and Ganani AI and BharatGen. You know, there are several actually. It's really, you know, given, it's not just 1 or 2 companies, it's actually several companies in India that are focusing on this, and we are supporting them all, okay? Because open models are really important for innovation. They're important for researchers, startups, and you know, enterprises. A lot of people, including all of the sovereign model builders, need access to frontier models that are open source. So our models are open models, the data sets are open, all the tool sets around them are open, and you know, that's one of the ways we are supporting the country in its drive for sovereign AI.
So if I could just rephrase this, what you're saying is that a large giant like NVIDIA is today supporting India on its journey to attaining sovereignty in AI by supporting some of these homegrown companies that are building these models. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Moving on to the other big challenge that policymakers are grappling with right now. And the big question, you know, the elephant in the room, so to say, is about employment and displacement of jobs. And the general I think, theory right now is that AI is coming for your job. And there's going to be mass-scale displacement. We have seen the impact on the IT services sector already, and that's already showing up in stock indices as well. What's NVIDIA's viewpoint around this whole concept of possible mass displacement due to AI?
Yeah, so AI is a very powerful force, and like every other technological sort of disruption that we've had, it will have an impact on jobs. It's going to change every jobs. Some jobs will be lost. A lot of new jobs will be created. To begin with, actually, what we are finding is that AI is, right now in the knowledge economy, AI is impacting people's ability to augment what they're doing.
Right.
Right? And it is increasing the productivity of knowledge workers. So if you are a doctor, for example, you now have access with AI to be able to do much more diagnosis. You are able to have access to much better patient data and so on. And so the ultimate result is that a doctor is able to do a much better job of taking care of the patient, for example. And as they can do that, that improves the overall ability of hospitals to become more profitable, if you will. They're able to hire more doctors. And that's really true in just about every industry. When a company becomes more productive, typically its profits will go up. And if its profits go up, then it is able to hire more people. I do believe that with AI, it's actually going to create more jobs and is going to help the economy overall. Also, with AI, we're going to be able to do things like, particularly in India, it's going to democratize things. So we're going to be able to go and help, farmers in rural areas improve the yields on their crops and so forth. We're going to be able to take healthcare into places where it was not possible before. We're going to be able to cure disease and so on. So the effects of AI on society are going to be really, I think, very positive, and it's going to improve the livelihood of the entire world.
And that's music to everyone's ears, especially people who are right now fearful of this technology. And in some ways, of course, we're going to see disruption, and that's a given. But as you're saying, that there will be disruption, there will be an impact on some jobs, but the productivity gains will generate enough opportunities for more job creation. Jay, I'd like to also touch upon some of the aspects you've mentioned on the impact of society, healthcare, education. And when you talk about AI being a force for good and bringing about inclusion, how do you think this will happen at a time when the technology is moving so quickly that we're already seeing this two-speed economy of sorts? There are power users and there are laggards. And what is the role that companies like NVIDIA will play in ensuring that we can sort of plug this gap?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And in fact, I think that is one of the major themes of the AI Impact Summit. Right? Because I think the Prime Minister, as I said, is very keen to make sure AI is democratized and it's inclusive.
Right.
He really wants India to be a digital hub for AI, which is, I think, totally possible. Yeah, I mean, when you look at AI, for example, it can, do things like you can interact with AI in local dialects, right, in your local languages and so on, and make it do things. And so in that sense, AI can be used by, a farmer in Maharashtra as easily, to get government services, for example, as easily as a techie in Bangalore.
Correct.
So it has the ability to reduce the digital divide.
Right.
Right, and it can make an impact and being inclusive all across society.
And I think that's the key, because you're talking about the fact that today, instead of increasing the digital divide, there's an opportunity for it to reduce the digital divide. The next question, I want to come to the next part of your 5-layered cake and touch upon each of them, but the demand for compute right now. I think that's the other question that we'd love to hear NVIDIA talk about. The demand for compute is so strong right now, it's almost seeming unlimited. Can the supply chain really keep up? We're talking about foundry, memory, storage, optical components, all seem like we're looking at a very tight environment. Share with us how that is becoming very challenging, especially coming from NVIDIA's viewpoint.
Yeah, no, the demand is off the charts. And the reason is, this is such an amazing technology, and companies want to utilize it, and the large hyperscalers and the large AI model companies want to advance it as fast as they can. Right now, there is not a single GPU in the cloud that is not lit up. So it's not just that this investment is being made, but all of the infrastructure that is there is completely being utilized right now. And the demand is insatiable. Of course, this is putting a lot of pressure on the supply chain, as you mentioned. And the good thing is we have very long-standing relationships with all the players in the supply chain, in the ecosystem. We have been planning this demand with them. We are making sure that they are aware of the opportunity, and we're helping them as much as we can to help build up the capacity so that we will be able to serve the demand. So right now it's a challenge, but with proper planning, I think we will continue to manage it.
All right, NVIDIA is saying that it is a challenge, so we can really imagine that being a challenge. Yeah. But Jay, would love to also get a sense from you on, India being an AI exporter. How is NVIDIA enabling India's objectives here? What does India need to do to ensure success in AI? The one message that you have for India, the citizens, for the government on ensuring that India rides the AI wave and rides it well.
Yeah, no, in fact, Shweta, if I go back to your question about the 5-layer cake and talk about its implications for India, actually it's very promising because at the bottom you have energy. I think over the last few years, India has really invested in renewable energy, green energy, batteries, and so on. And so the cost of energy, which is very fundamental to this whole being able to be the digital hub to supply AI to the world, India is very competitive when it comes to that, right? When you look at things like building out the AI infrastructure, the government, through its AI mission and so on, has been extremely supportive. And we have been helping with that so that there is already tens of thousands of GPUs that are available at subsidized prices for startups and researchers and so on, thanks to India AI mission, right? And now we are in talks with several large industrial companies, Yota, L&T, Reliance, and others, in terms of building AI factories for India. And again, the government is being extremely supportive, but through the 20-year tax holiday for people to build data centers and AI factories in India. We already talked about how we are supporting all the open model companies like Servam and so on in India through our Nemotron initiative to help them all be at the leading edge, provide them with frontier level models. And then, of course, there are so many startups and so on that are now starting to build applications that are going to be very helpful and transform and keep Indian industry on top, right?
Jay, I could have loved to carry on this conversation, especially around data centers that you mentioned and the role, because that is a very crucial subject. It can take an entire conference on how do you do it in a sustainable way. But last two questions, and I know time's up, and you have a packed schedule as well. The one question that often comes up by the naysayers or those who are critics or those who are worried about the risks is this whole AI bubble. You know, what would you say to those who keep bringing it up time and again about the fact that what is happening is perhaps a little unreal?
Yeah, actually, you know, from where I sit and the extraordinary demand that we see, it really is a little puzzling to me that people bring this up. Right. And they try to compare it to, you know, the dot-com bust. But this is so different. You know, in the dot-com era, all the fiber, etc., that was laid was mostly dark. As I just mentioned, there is not a single GPU that is not being fully utilized. You know, the companies that are investing in AI are already using AI to improve their business, and it is having a direct impact on their revenue. A lot of things that they were already doing, now they are, now they are doing using AI, and they can. The reason they're able to invest is their revenues are going up, and they are throwing off a lot of, free cash flow. So I really don't think there is an analogy. This is an incredible new technology that is going to impact and transform everything. We are just at the very start of building out this infrastructure. You know, we are a couple of $100 billion into it, and this is going to require several $1 trillion worth of infrastructure to be built out.
All right.
So there is no bubble here.
There is no bubble here. Hear it loud and clear coming from someone who is leading NVIDIA's delegation to India. What an optimistic and I would say clear thought on which we're going to end this wonderful session. Jaipuri, Executive Vice President, NVIDIA, talking to us here at NDTV and laying out the roadmap, not just for NVIDIA or for India, but perhaps for the world that's watching what's going on in AI. Thank you so much for being with us here on NDTV. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you.
It's been a real pleasure.
Real pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Puri, if you can wait on stage for just a few seconds more, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri, for what has been a very engaging conversation. And in fact, as we've heard, it's not just about AI infrastructure. It's about chips. It's about systems. It's about having your cake and eating it too.
And a multi-layered cake at that as well. I think it's about talent, it's about education, Alex, and that is where long-term impact truly begins.
But NVIDIA's commitment to India goes beyond technology development and deployment. It extends into building capability and nurturing the next generation of AI engineers, researchers, and innovators.
One significant step in that direction is the recognition of Dayananda Sagar University as a GPU education center by NVIDIA, a milestone that strengthens India's AI talent ecosystem.
Quick question, sir. If you can tell our audience, and they're all very excited about what this is, very short answer. What is this about, sir?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Mr. Puri, essentially, we do want to talk about, of course, this very special education initiative. If you want to share your thoughts on this very quickly before we move to the next address.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, we are very committed to the talent development in India. So we have actually several initiatives whereby we are working with many universities and AI labs through our what we call our Deep Learning Institute to help promote AI education in India. We are working with all the, many universities here to help them develop the right curriculum and so on, so that we can upskill engineers in India.
I'm sure a lot of young engineers watching right now are going to be enthused and excited by what you've just said. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri.
Thank you so much. So a huge round of applause, please,
I'm going to grab
for
that
Mr.
for you,
Puri.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Now, Alex, to mark this important moment, what a massive moment that's been to have Mr. Puri and the NVIDIA team join us here. May we also invite on stage Dr. D. Premchandra Sagar, Pro-Chancellor, Dayanand Sagar University. A huge round of applause, please, for this next address.
Well, good afternoon. We are standing at peculiar crossroads in the history of computation. For decades, the narrative of technology in the global south has been one of consumption. We were the users, the testers, and the implementers. But today, the era of passive adoption is over. At Dayanand Sagar University, we believe that education must not merely inform, but transform. We aren't just teaching our students how to use AI, we are giving them the keys to the factory. So we're building the core, India's first academic AI factory, and I'm thrilled to announce that DSU, in collaboration with NVIDIA, is building India's first academic AI factory. This isn't just a symbolic lab or a collection of workstations. This is a production-grade, research-driven engine anchored by 20 NVIDIA B200 Blackwell nodes, which gives us a compute power of 160 GPUs. For the tech savvy in this room, you know what Blackwell represents. With the B200, we are looking at 20 petaflops of FP4 performance per GPU. A massive leap in throughput for training the large-scale models that will define the next decade. With this, I'm proud to state that India would now stand at the forefront in terms of the GPU power, of the raw compute power that would be there in academic institutions. By June 2026, this cluster will serve as the central brain of our ecosystem, enabling our students to move beyond simple prompts to training their own large language models and building DSU GPT. But compute, however powerful, is just raw potential. To turn that potential into impact, we are building a full innovation stack around this core, the AI maker space. Now, when this is going to be integrated with the electronic and mechanical labs to bridge the gap between algorithms and physical machines. We are building the first large-scale cyber range in the academic sector in partnership with Civix and Cyberbit, creating real-world simulation environments for advanced defense. The raw compute power that we are building would also enable us to build a strong AR/VR system wherein we are incorporating the Digital Twin Center, collaborating with Dassault Systems to pioneer virtual twins in urban planning and healthcare. The advanced robotic labs, which is again going to be built on this platform of CUDA, will be where we will have mechanical intelligence meet artificial intelligence to develop humanoids and autonomous systems. Our mission is simple: democratization. We have nearly 40,000 students in our university system, from law, medicine, management to health sciences and design. We believe a law student and a medical student should understand AI ethics as deeply as a computer scientist understands neural networks. By providing university-level access to high-performance compute, we are ensuring that innovation is not concentrated in a few global hubs. We are skilling over 20,000 students in emerging roles like ML Ops, AI product architecture, and generative AI development. We are building for the global south. We are directing this immense power towards the challenges of the global south, from healthcare diagnostics in our medical college to climate resilient infrastructure through our net zero collaboration with Siemens. We are building solutions that matter. Now, India is no longer just a participant in the AI revolution. We are a creator and a builder. To our partners and the tech community, we invite you to co-innovate with us. To our students, this AI factory is yours. We want you to use it to solve locally, but think globally. Together, we aren't just building infrastructure, we are building impact. So largely what I wish to state across is, tier 2 institutions are now thinking larger. It's not just the IITs. The largest compute power, raw compute power, would be made available in just a few months from today. By June 2026, we would be unveiling the AI factory. This would help us to innovate. By integrating that in a university system, we are now building the tools. So what are we trying to create? We are trying to create this hunger, this aspirational requirements that a young 18-year-old can think across. And we believe that the power of future India is in that 18-year-old kid. And that is what we are trying to build in an ecosystem. And we have a very large ecosystem that would go across. And we believe the democratization of AI in what we call as tier 2 institutions, because we are not an IIT, we are not an NIT, or we are an Indian Institute of Science. But we believe that we can achieve that, just like how MIT at Boston, when Roger Spartan started that as a polytechnic and went on to be the gold standard. So the hunger is there among those young people who believe that they do not have the talent to be picked up at Caltech or to be picked up at MIT, but who have the appetite to solve a problem for India. And that is what DSU is now building it across. And we will soon have this whole showcase across on all these multiple platforms that is going to be there around June. And maybe I would request Rahul to come across over there and unveil this to the country and to show across that what young people, what tier 2 universities can create in a system and how can we move forward to essentially power those young minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sagar. Absolute pleasure having you here. Ayush, quick question for you. What do you think of when I say Xerox?
I mean, I'm guessing you mean photocopy.
That's what we used to.
We've always said Xerox, right?
Yeah.
Like Xerox. You go to the college provision store and say, can you Xerox this for me?
And then there's Fevicol.
And then there's Bisleri when you want to order water.
And then when you want to look up something, you look at Google.
Hey, Google was so yesterday when you're searching things. It's all about AI search now. And what makes it even more special is, I think, like I had that quick show of hands, it's all about ChatGPT.
That moment in 2022 when people started imbibing this and utilizing it on an ongoing basis. And for the people who've just stepped in, we did a quick show of hands. And practically the entire room put their hand up when we asked, do you use ChatGPT at least once a day?
And the company behind ChatGPT, OpenAI, does so much and more when it comes to the AI revolution. Yeah. That story is one that needs to be told, Alex.
Yeah, it's not just about those quick searches to find out how to, make a recipe or to plan your day. it is much, much more than that. Governments are using this for policy. It's being used in healthcare. There are a lot of other applications as well.
All across partnerships in India and around the world, OpenAI for countries. We've had these conversations on NDTV, but to really take it forward, we have a very special exclusive session lined up, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to speak about this Mr. Chris Lehan,
Chief Global Affairs Officer at OpenAI, the man at the intersection of tech and policy. And to moderate this very special chat, we're going to be joined by NDTV's Editor-in-Chief and CEO Rahul Kanwal and Shweta Rajpal Kohli. A huge round of applause, please. Good to see you, Chris.
Yeah, sir, in the middle. Hello and a very warm welcome. We are living through literally the most disruptive technological shift in human history. To understand where the intelligent age is taking us, joining us now at the NDTV IND.AI Summit is a man who operates at the intersection of power, technology, and public policy. Chris Lehan, Global Affairs Officer at OpenAI, a veteran of the Clinton White House. He's famously known as the Master of Disaster for his legendary ability to navigate...
I had better hair then.
Yeah. For his legendary ability to navigate the world's most intense political, corporate, and technological crises. He literally wrote the book on crisis management, and now he's helping steer one of the world's most consequential companies at a time when artificial intelligence is rewriting the rules of economics, governance, and creativity, so much so, even democracy itself. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the NDTV AI Summit, Chris Lehan. I want to start, Chris, by asking you about how India's been so far. I heard you got caught in traffic on the way in, but more importantly...
A true Delhi experience,
yeah, fantastic.
So yes.
We wanted you to have this true Desi experience. Let's talk a bit about AI sovereignty and global infrastructure, because the critical question from the lens of everyone involved in the AI Impact Summit in India is, can a country like India rely on AI as a global common good, or do countries like India need to focus very sharply on sovereign models? And yet Sarvam in the morning speak before you, because at some point in time the concern is, can this be a global common good, or do we run the risk of becoming a data colony? So let's kickstart from there.
That's great. First of all, thank you for having me here. Thank you all for being here. Apologies for enjoying the Delhi traffic, as we talked about. But it's always, India is always one of my favorite places to come to, and it sort of relates to the essence of your question. When you get here, even when you get to the airport, and I got in, I think, late on Monday night, like the energy level here, like this is a country that is on the move. It is the world's largest democracy, but I just love the energy here. I also love the food. So it's really a pleasure to be here. I actually thought we were here to talk about cricket. Isn't that T20 is here, right? But I'm actually going to connect the dots here if I could, because I did think I'll try to connect this. So I was flying over, and I was surprised to see that the U.S. cricket team, which apparently is called Team B, has actually been relatively competitive. And then I started to look at the roster of the U.S. team, and it was all Indian names, right? Patels, Navakar, a bunch of Indian names. And, what it reminded me is the talent that exists here, the density of talent in India. Our office is in San Francisco. When I walk around and I see the researchers, the people who are building this, our leading engineers, our product folks, so many of them are of Indian descent. But what's really interesting about what's going on in this country at this moment, at this time, is the talent is actually here on the ground in India building this. If you look at our underlying stats, and this is, by the way, why I think India is not just the world's largest democracy, but as the world's largest democracy leading the democratizing of AI, India is our OpenAI's second largest market in the world. There's 100 million people who use chat on a regular basis, but The underneath that number is the fact that around a third of those folks are students, right? So kids K through 12 and also in college. And what that tells me is that not only is AI accessible here, but there's a literacy that is building and developing, and even above and beyond the literacy, there is an agency. People are actually using this technology to build, to produce, to create, to learn, and to think. I think later today, we're gonna, in fact, be announcing a partnership to bring on an additional 100,000 students, working with a number of universities around the country, ITT in Delhi, the tech entity, IIMA, I think, which is the management one, and then Ames, which really does medical and science. All of that says, like, this country has the energy, it has the talent, and it has people who are building on this day in and day out.
Right, Chris, and that brings us to the entire question on how do you move with both speed and scale? Yeah. And I think if we can talk about almost the world now seeing AI as pre-Chat GPT and post-Chat GPT. Now that's almost become like a timeline, that definition of, what happened post-Chat GPT. The world looks like a different place. And coming from your vantage point, one of the most influential people in AI, globally, the one question we have for you is, how do you plug that AI capability gap? You talked about skilling, you talked about talent density, but there's a capability gap coming on two sides. One is on adoption, and the other is on skilling.
That's right.
So how do you bridge that?
I do think it's, and Sam Altman, our CEO and co-founder, talks a lot about this. This is almost at the core of whether you can successfully democratize AI. So let's unpack that a little bit because it's a really important question. So we talk about what you referenced, which is the capability overhang. What does that really mean? What it really means is that if you're a power user of OpenAI's tools, our data indicates and suggests that you're 7 times more productive than a non-power user. So that is someone who's using the tech for coding, that is someone who's really using the tech as a multiplier of their productivity. You can almost think about that as they're 7 times more relevant as a productive driving worker than a non. And so we think of almost 3 poles in the ground here. The first is access. Are you making the basic technology accessible? Of the 100 million people who use it here on a regular basis, the vast majority are either using it for free because we give out our service, or our Go tier, which I think is about $3.99 a month in rupees. So access is really foundational. Then there is the adoption. Are you becoming literate in this? And I think when you look at that data I shared on 30 plus million kids, students using this, I think you can make a pretty strong argument that India is leading the way in terms of AI literacy. And if you thought about maybe another general purpose technology like the printing press, like those parts of the world when the printing press came out that really sprinted to becoming literate were the ones that benefited from the shared knowledge. And then the last piece, and I'll come back to you, I'm sorry, is this agency piece. In the US, and I know the US a little bit better than India, but in the US, we built a public education system for the industrial age to teach kids how to work in factories, right? You actually had to teach people the time of the day it started, going from class to class, even how the bells worked. Can we think about our education system to teach people agency, how they can actually become power users of this technology? It lowers barriers, allows them to participate, not just as employees, but potentially as owners and full participants in this economy.
And Rahul, a very important point coming from Chris there, saying India is leading the way on AI literacy. Coming from, OpenAI, that's a very big statement.
Yeah, I would even say, if I could, and I'll come right back to you, sorry, but India is creating the model of how to close that capability gap because of what it's doing with its students.
Amazing.
But Chris, the moment you say that a power user of AI is 7x as powerful as someone who's not using AI smartly, that brings us to the potential jobless growth paradox. The fact that 7 other people could be doing something which now can be done by 1 person. We've already seen over the last few weeks in India what's being called SaaSpocalypse, the crash in the value of IT services companies. And there are lots of people watching at this time who have jobs in the IT area, and they're very, very concerned about, you're talking about inclusive AI, but how do you come out and address the question of potential joblessness, disruption in the labor market for a country like India?
I think this is probably at the top of the most important questions that we collectively need to take on. You know, we released some data, I think over the weekend or on Monday, I'm losing track of the days, that showed, at least thus far in India, AI is serving as a multiplicator and not an eradicator of jobs. Now, I do think we need to be clear-eyed. If you look at general purpose technologies historically, electricity, the transistor, combustion engine, they typically end up creating more new jobs than jobs that are displaced, but they do displace jobs. And so I think from our perspective, like, we need to be straight about what we're seeing with the data, but we also need to be thinking about what the real solutions are. We may not be able to come up with every solution, but we need to be making an effort to address solutions. And so one of the things that we've really been focused on is actually creating something called a training and accreditation program, where you're going to be able to come on to OpenAI's platform, basically get taught how to be literate in AI, regardless of your age. You get a credential that you're now literate in AI, and then potentially be able to get connected with prospective jobs. That's not the solution to everything, right? But what it does speak to is that we as a company do need to be committed to looking for those solutions. As I said earlier, I think India starts off in a really advantageous position, given the students who are using this, given the number of people who are using it, given the fact that this is one of the countries in the world that's leading in terms of developers building on AI. Like, this country is just so incredibly positioned to be a leader in this intelligence age that's coming. You talked about the before and the after. I mean, I think if you look around the world, India is as well positioned as any country, but we are going to have to all work together to really be able to help address that jobs issue.
Right, Chris, as you talk about, how we're going to plug this capability gap, the other question and the other, I would say, worry for policymakers, if they're having sleepless nights right now, is around this whole question of national security, of sovereignty. And I know you've talked a lot about it. You advise governments as well. You've been at the forefront. Today, one concern for policymakers is what's happening on jobs. And as Rahul had mentioned, how do you create net job growth rather than displacement? So that's one part of the conversation on the AI debate. The other part is on pure infrastructures. As this technology plays out, how do you balance bringing in capital as well as ensuring that you are taking care of your sovereign interests?
Yeah, I mean, these are all great questions. You talked about waking up at night. I do wake up almost every night at around 3 a.m. Every time I say this, I realize I do have to say I do typically go back to bed. But the three things that wake me up are, one, how are we thinking about the democratizing of this, particularly on the jobs and economic participation front? Two is the geopolitics. Right, the world's going to have a choice over the next decade or so to build out on either small d democratic AI or autocratic AI. Democratic AI is open, it supports the individual, it follows the rule of law. But the only way you can sort of address the jobs issue and the democratizing piece is whether you build the infrastructure. Infrastructure is destiny. We're going to have a little bit more to share, by the way, from the OpenAI perspective in the next couple of days at this summit on the infrastructure piece. The PM, the Prime Minister, has obviously been giving a great deal of thought to this. And our commitment here is to work with the government and the private sector to build AI that's going to be of, for, and by India. And that means making sure that you do have the infrastructure in place, which is ultimately a combination of energy, chips, data, and the talent piece that we had talked about earlier. India is very well positioned.
It's great to hear that from you, Chris, but at the same time, how do you reassure Indian policymakers that when, OpenAI is seeing India as a huge market, and that's given the population scale that we have. But at the same time, you're not here to just capitalize on that data opportunity, because that's the one question that comes up every time, that is India safeguarding its interests? And while everybody would want to embrace technology, are we seeing a situation where we should be doing a bit more around those safeguards?
Yes, let me make a macro point and then a micro point. The macro here, and it's understandable that people sometimes think about AI and almost fight the last battle or the last war and sort of think about this as social media.
Right.
This is not social media, right? This is an infrastructure, general purpose technology. Again, the wheel, the combustion engine, electricity, transistor. And if you look at the course of human history, right, humans have been around roughly 200,000 years. For the first 190,000 of those, life was pretty static. It wasn't a great life. You basically could produce what you could consume. And then, about 10,000 years ago, we begin to get these general purpose technologies. And there's like the hockey stick in terms of progress. And so I do think it's really important to understand that this is a productivity driving technology. It is the equivalent of getting electricity, and then what do you build on top of that electricity here in India? And as we've talked about, right, this is a country that's leading the world amongst the leaders and the developers. If you look at GitHub, which is a good criteria for seeing who's building, like India is leading or one of those leaders in terms of developers out there. Those represent the next generation of jobs, the next generation of revenue, the next generation of companies that are going to be built here on the ground in India. And then I think a very specific point on the data piece, which I do think is really, really important.
Right.
I do think, for India to build inference models off of that infrastructure, it is certainly going to want to give serious thought to how it approaches the data piece. In other countries around the world, and I think presumably here, there's a data localization so that India can make sure that its data stays here. We're already working really at the guidance of the government to build our models that speak the 25 different national languages that exist here. But what's really important if you're going to have AI of, for, and by India is that the model here, the inference model here, reflects culture, reflects the languages, reflects the context. And that is part of the piece that's inherent to actually building that kind of sovereign AI, certainly what we're committed to. And we, again, look at this not as an extractive technology in the way perhaps maybe social media was to some level. This is a productivity. This is bringing economic activity here.
So you're basically giving a message that, we're not here to come extract the data. We want to work with the governments as well as with the sovereign models
It's the only way. There's almost like an inherent social contract to this. Like, we will only grow here if India is growing. We will only succeed here if Indians are succeeding with this technology on the ground. It's why we're so focused on closing that capability gap.
Chris, let's speak about regulation. Looked at from the lens of safety and gatekeeping. You spoke of democratic AI versus autocratic AI. And Sam Altman's been traveling the world asking for a global body for regulation. But given the fact that there is such a rupture in terms of what China is building and the tech companies in San Francisco are building, there are serious concerns about how this technology should be regulated, in what form and shape, and whether the world then potentially gets split into two camps. And in this China-US India triangulation, where does Delhi come out in terms of regulation? What's your sense on that?
Yeah, so it's all really, really smart questions. I think of regulation almost at three levels here. First of all, this is a new technology, and when you have a new technology, particularly a general purpose technology, you do want to think about this as new rules for a new thing. You don't necessarily want to look at old rules, because if you impose old rules, you potentially stifle the innovation, particularly in a place like India, which is leading, on the innovation. I think, secondly, the way we think about this technology is through something called iterative deployment, right? So every time we have progress in terms of the technology, we release it in a staged way so that both we and broader society can adapt and adopt to the new technology. I do think India is giving that an awful lot of thought. And then I think really the third piece here comes back to something that we've talked about already a couple times, but I do think really does bear reinforcing, which is ultimately this is a technology that should empower individuals. It lowers the barrier, it allows people to scale, an individual's ability to learn, to think, to create, to produce. And so how do you make sure you're getting this into as many people's hands as possible? If you look at that broad history of general purpose technologies, those countries that have been able to harness it and succeed the most have been those countries that really focused on the democratizing of the tech. And I do think one of the larger debates, this is a sort of a philosophical debate that's taking place within AI right now, is sort of this two paths, right? One path is this is so powerful that only a small number of people should control this and should be able to make decisions about it. In my view, that will just mean that you sort of perpetuate the status quo, that the powerful will be able to use this to become more powerful. There's another view, and certainly the OpenAI view, it reflects our purpose and our mission, and that is to democratize this, get this into as many hands of as many people as possible, that people are generally good. And you think about a place like India, and I began this conversation by talking about the energy that exists here. What drives that energy is an optimism in the future. And this technology can really drive progress in an incredible way. But the way to guarantee that or optimize for that is to make sure you're democratizing access to it. So for me, from a regulatory or policy-making perspective, really thinking about it from that context.
Chris, we've been having very active conversations with the government around regulations and AI, and you've been talking about it as well. The thinking within the government right now is that there's no need for an overarching new regulation to sort of regulate this new technology, because the existing data privacy laws, as well as what we're seeing play out, seem to cover for most of the risk or harm.
Yep.
And the Prime Minister himself has been very, very vocal that he sees AI as a force for good, and anything that could throttle or come in the way of innovation is something he's not keen on. However, we're seeing some pieces of regulatory intervention come in. And the one area where I'd love to get your views is on copyright.
Yep.
Because we have seen the government come out with some form of a regulation,
Yep.
or at least a proposal. And we've been also talking to your teams actively about it. But what's your thought when governments are grappling with this? You know what, do we need to rewrite copyright rules suddenly in the wake of what's happening?
Yeah, so there's a consultation process that the government has kicked off that we're fully participating in. This is a really important question and a complex question, and a question that if you really do want to have sovereign AI, that any country, inclusive of India, is really going to need to get right. Amongst the reasons that the US has historically been a leader in technology, really since the founding of the US 250 years ago, is we do have a principle that's embedded in the US Constitution, and it's called fair use. And the simple version of fair use, I won't do the whole legal disquisition on it, but the simple version of it is that, you know, people should be able to use technology to build on itself, because that then drives a nation's progress. You know, in the AI context, the way we think about fair use is, I'll use an analogy. You know, I can go to a library, I can read a book, I can learn from that book, and then I can go do my own thing based on the knowledge that I gain. That's how these big training models, you know, in effect work. They should not spit out things that are exact replicas of what they have read, but they should be able to build off of what they have learned. And so I think, you know, as India approaches this issue, it's really, really important that it gets it right. I do think it's critical that you respect and honor the labor that goes into the production of content. I also think it's incredibly important that India thinks about the role that data is going to play in its sovereign AI. I mean, I talked earlier that what are the critical components of infrastructure? You know, it is the chips, it is the energy, it's the talent, but it is the data. And, you know, if India wants to have models that do reflect India's society and culture and language, mores, like, you are going to want Indian data that gets built into those models at some level. Again, not spitting out stuff on the other side, but informed by the Indian context. And I do think that that's going to be an important part of those conversations, and I think critical for India having sovereign AI.
Chris, OpenAI has formally told US lawmakers that you think that Chinese AI startups like DeepSeek are using models like distillation to steal from OpenAI's research. Mm-hmm. How strong is the body of evidence that you have to suggest that Chinese AI startups are actually stealing from your research models? And what is OpenAI doing at this moment to try and prevent that from happening?
Yeah, so we do an awful lot to make sure we're trying to protect the integrity of our models. There's a, you know, and I think generally, and there was some news that came out at the end of last week that we shared with the US government, you know, that did document how something called distillation is taking place. And that is, in effect, when AI companies out of China, are basically sort of bombarding our model to take as much of the IP or underlying model information as possible. That does happen. We do an awful lot to try to mitigate that and protect from it. But this is going to be an incredibly important issue that is going to play out as we think about that democratic versus autocratic AI, right? US companies, Indian companies, others are all going to be facing this challenge. I think if you take a big step back, what's really at stake here is, as the world looks over the next decade or so, are we going to build out on that democratic AI or autocratic AI? And the leader of the People's Republic of China has made really clear that they do want to prevail in that competition. I typically would not quote Vladimir Putin, but in this case, he has said that whoever wins that competition between democratic nations and autocratic nations ends up winning the world. I think India is going to play like a decisive role in all of this as the world's largest democracy.
Is this a binary? Is it a zero-sum game? How real, according to you, is the fear of bad actors using bioterrorism or this technology going rogue and being deployed either by states, deep states, or rogue actors to actually wreak havoc? And over the last several days in particular, there's been so much doomsday commentary online. It's been viraling in an insane fashion, which basically suggests the end is near in terms of the moment where this technology can potentially go rogue. A lot of AI companies themselves have written in their simulations, the models have done things which they didn't anticipate them to.
Yeah, so I think where we come at this is a little bit more of an optimistic view. We are realists. We do build all sorts of safety mechanisms into our models before they are publicly released. And I think one of the things that Sam talks about, and you'll probably hear him talk about, at this Impact Summit, is how does society start to build resilience out there? Let me give you a specific example. In the US, there is something that was formerly called the AI Safety Institute. It's now called CASE. There's a version of this that exists in the UK, in Japan, in Singapore. India is thinking of versions of this. And what these safety institutes are in effect developing are global standards, particularly for those democratic countries. Global standards for the release of models on those catastrophic issues that you are alluding to. This is why, at least in our view, the importance of building out democratic AI is really going to be critical to the future, which is you do want to, as part of building out democratic AI, you do want to create those global safety standards that everyone is in effect building off of. And by the way, as you do that, you also are equipping those societies with the best tech to be able to then have resilience and be able to combat people who may be looking to do bad things with this.
Chris, we know you're running late for your next meeting and we're well over time. So before we
this is the most important thing of the day. Are you kidding?
We love that.
Okay,
we love that. And if we had our way, we would hold you back the whole day and continue this conversation. But we do want to respect your time. Before we let you go, Chris, the one question I have for you, and we'd love to hear that from you. One advice to government on the one thing they need to unlearn in the age of AI.
This is a productivity-driving technology. It is not social media. You want to make sure that your people are generating and creating as much agency as possible. Those countries that develop agency in AI with their population are going to be the countries that lead the AI revolution. India right now is at the front of that, and India needs to continue doing what it's currently doing.
All right, the message coming from...
because your book is called The Masters of Disaster. Right? When you look at what's happening with AI right now, and if you were rewriting a book for the AI intelligence age, how close or how far from disaster do you think? Forget what OpenAI is doing, but somebody with a ringside view, when you're seeing the models being proliferated by the others, how far or how close from disaster are we?
I feel, given what we're doing and what I'm aware the other leading frontier model companies, the other companies building frontier models are doing, I think across the board, certainly from the US side, people are putting out models in a really responsible way. So I feel, I mean, I've said this a couple times, but I genuinely feel optimistic about where this technology is going. Will there be issues that we confront just like with any other historic general purpose technology? Sure. But then I think about all the incredible things that are going to come, right? We're already seeing, scientific progress where we're being able to solve science questions and issues that at times would have taken years, we can now do in days, if not hours, right? That's then going to lead to incredible breakthroughs in science. What we're seeing in terms of healthcare outcomes, I mean, you think of the size of India and the rural populations and how this technology could really deliver healthcare outcomes here in India. We're already seeing our technology. It's taking place right here in India, helping to educate students. Imagine every kid in the world could have an individualized tutor, at their fingertips. Like we would not be in the middle of this. We would not be doing this. Sam wouldn't be leading on this. Our researchers wouldn't be building this day in and day out if they didn't fundamentally believe that this was going to drive the type of historic progress that we believe it can drive.
For taking out time and joining us on what's been a busy and chaotic day, Chris Leon, thank you very much. We wish you all the best.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you.
Enjoy the Tigers of Ranthambore. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
From AI, policy, technology, Chris, fair use, fair dealing. I mean, that reminded me of my law school classes, and you did a much better job. And you were a history buff, but you took it to the next level. Thank you for that masterclass, Chris.
Big round of applause, please.
I'll see you very soon, Chris. Thank you so much. Alex, wow.
So, what inspired me is what Chris was speaking about with regard to democratization, right? And I think we can take heart from the fact that India has proven to adopt technology very, very quickly.
You know what's even more encouraging? All the AI aside, what's real about the NDTV IND.AI summit is there's not a single seat left in the house, which is a huge round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a big round of applause.
Guys.
And thank you for being an amazing audience.
There's some people standing in the corners out there as well. But everyone talks about vibe coding, Alex, nowadays, right? So we're going to dive right into the deep end. Of course, we will talk about vibe coding and hear from the best through the course of the day. It's a long day. You won't need coffee because Alex and I will entertain you. That said, we're going to move to a session which is not only about vibe coding. The company calls it vibe solutioning. This is the pro max of vibe coding.
Yeah.
And my lovely co-host Alex is going to be moderating this one, a fireside chat with Deepak Dhana, co-founder and CEO at Rocket. Can we please have you on stage? A huge round of applause, please. And for my co-host, Alexander Matthew.
Thank you so much, Ayush. Ayush, I think, was getting into the role of speaking to an AI anchor. We spoke to one this morning, so he called me lovely. I think it was by mistake. Ayush, thanks so much for that introduction, though.
Has to be amazing. Otherwise, I call Alia back again on stage, Alex.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for taking the time. Come. So let's talk about this. And there are a lot of people in this room who will know exactly what you mean when you say vibe coding. But there are a lot more people tuning in from home and on their mobile phones that are wondering what we're talking about. What are the vibes here? Can you explain that?
Yeah. I think that traditionally, the software and website creation was, requiring technical skills, knowledge of the technical expertise. Then there were boundaries between design, the content, the coding, the deployment, and so on and so forth. Vibe coding is, a way of creating the same thing, which is you build the software, your website, your presence, in a natural language without requiring any technical expertise, because the models and the prompts behind the platform takes care of translating your intention into the technical specifications and carries it over.
So you're essentially saying, everybody has watched Iron Man, yeah? So essentially you're saying you have a conversation with this, with this program.
Yes.
And you ask it to do what is on your mind. You communicate it in simple language, not in Python, not in something else.
Absolutely. You can go on to rocket.new right now and type something, what do you want to build next? In fact, outside, I was talking to one of your colleagues and she said, what we can build. I said, let's build the landing page of this event. And in 3 minutes, I just...
3 minutes?
In 3 minutes, we built the landing page working.
Wow, okay, so that's fantastic. Now, the thing is, I've always had this amazing appreciation for IT professionals. They speak in languages that I can't hope to possibly understand. What this does essentially is democratize that somewhat?
Absolutely, and I'm the living proof. I'm not a I'm not a techie, I'm not a developer. I am by qualification chartered accountant. For most part of my life, I've been, tech enthusiast, but on the finance side, and now I am, building the...
Deepak, they're saying that chartered accountants could well be replaced soon.
I mean, this is a question everybody is asking everybody, correct, these days. What I feel is, I don't think AI or any tool will replace an individual. I think a person who understands and knows and uses these tools will replace the one that is not using it, okay? Yes, and when we look at, our job is made of two things. One is tasks that you should not be doing, and the other is the core value that you add in any job. Decision-making, creativity, governance, and accountability, correct? Vision, good biases and bad biases, correct? Those things are the core of us. And today, in the era of processes and speed, we have been consumed by non-value-add work. So those guys will have to think about it. But others, it will open the doors because now I have more time to do things that I excel at.
So a lot of the conversation in the recent past in the IT industry here in India and the way that it is done has been about moving away from the man-hours model. This is essentially what you're talking about.
Outcome model.
Outcome model. How does that work?
So, I mean, take an example, like with Rocket, okay? Earlier in my consulting days or, chartered accountancy days, it was a trust-based, the client acquisition or marketing where I used to, go and pitch because I'm chartered accountant, because I have done for XYZ and ABC, people used to believe and people would give me work. Now I need to show him what the output will look like. So with Rocket, for example, you are going in a client meeting, on the way you can create a demo, you can create a presentation, you can create a solution, you can actually show it live in the meeting, iterate with it, that this is how it will look like in the real world, and there are better chances of you winning and also the client getting the upfront solution in front of them to see and make a decision. Otherwise, in bureaucracy, we have seen it takes, 20 hours even to fix meeting with the consultants to arrive at a project. In 20 hours, you would have probably with Rocket built everything.
Okay, so the question to you, therefore, is that you are removing several steps in this process, right?
Yep.
And that is ultimately what technology does.
It removes the technological barriers, it removes the administrative tasks, it removes the the translation errors in the entire process.
So the question for you, you're relatively young as a company, but you probably had a lot of colleagues in the past or people that you know that would arguably be made redundant by this, right? So what do they do and what do entry-level folks do? Because they can't ultimately jump that barrier to where people who work for 10 years, 15 years and got certain body of work behind them, certain experience, how do they bridge that gap in your opinion?
I think the people who are entering afresh, they need to be receptive to using these tools, and they are by and large. The new generation uses it and gets equipped by that. The older population who comes with or the experienced population who comes with the body of work, I think they need to focus their time on the governance of the output that comes, or they be responsible for the output that is generated. Make a decision about the output that is generated. That is the tremendous amount of value. The experience is something that no tool can, replace, correct? The experience gives you the capability to understand what is built is right, what is built is appropriate for my business, for my audience, for my client, for my use case, correct? So those professionals who adopt this and use it as a tool to deliver high-quality judgments, high-quality governance, they will be better off with it. The new ones who are coming in, take this as a tool or a bike that you ride at a high speed.
It's all about productivity,
It's all about productivity.
So coming to Rocket specifically and what you guys are building, the question that I have is that it seems like this space is disruptive, of course, of individuals, but it's disruptive of companies themselves. Because you create something today, and day after tomorrow, there are 5 other people that are doing the exact same thing at a low cost and more efficiently. How do you stay relevant?
I think efficiency is not the game that anyone wins, honestly. At the end of the day, the depth of the solution, the output that you generate, the quality of the output, and the contextual relevance of that output is something that makes you win. How deep you understand a use case of your client. So for example, let's take an example of Rocket, correct? At a vertical level, we don't go vertical like, of course, the frontier models like LLMs, like, we're talking with Chris right now, correct? They have a basic capability of solving this problem, but they don't have, those models do not have the capability of understanding the context, the regulation, the data, data governance around it, the decision making, the context of the enterprise or the context of
Give me an
past
example
decision.
of that.
So for example, there is a conglomerate that wants to, adopt a vibe coding tool for disrupting themselves, or a vibe solutioning tool for disrupting their entire, assembly line, as I call it, correct, of putting software together or putting the front end together. Now, they have to struggle with the basic problem of context, because they are starting from somewhere, they are not starting afresh. So the context needs to be understood by the tool or the platform. Their data governance and data requirements are required to be, catered to. Like a fintech in India can't be, hosting data in the United States, correct? So you need governance, you need security, you need the context layer, and then you need to also imbibe into their design thinking, their existing strategy, financial capability and all. All these contexts go into building and solving what to build, which is why we call ourselves Vibe Solutioning Platform and not the Vibe Coding Platform, because coding is the execution of what to build. The hard part is to decide what to build. How to build has been solved. It has become more efficient with Vibe Coding tool, but we were building softwares earlier. We are building it now more efficiently. The harder part still remains what to build.
Okay, fair point. Now, last point with regard to talent and availability of it and how you are looking at potential hires. When you look at people that you want to work with, right? And we're talking about, and what we've just spoken about, the last 10 minutes, is about leveling that playing field. Essentially,
Absolutely.
you could have somebody who's just walked in who could be as efficient or more productive than somebody who spent 20 years in the industry. So what do you look at when you're speaking to people today?
So I think this is a great question. And, at an entry level or at a mid level, we look for people who have the creative streaks, correct? We look for people who are AI native in their functioning, correct? Not just like, they use ChatGPT, once in a week type of stuff, or, the Claude Code for once in a week type of stuff. Those who use, AI extensively in their work, okay? Those are the AI native people with creative streak and with some bit of agency. At the senior level, we look for people who adopt these tools, let go of their baggage, but keep the learning.
Interesting.
Because please
make that point.
That combination brings the relevant and contextual decision making that helps us push forward.
Interesting. I want to double click on that, right? And when you're talking about somebody, suppose I come to you as an entry-level individual, and I want to do an interview with you, I want to work with you, right? You were talking about judging whether I use artificial intelligence, not just the odd chat. So how are you going to judge that when you speak to me?
Most likely we'll work on a project first.
Sure.
There will be an assignment or a project, correct? And we will crack a problem, and openly you can use, any AI model and all. But we define the outcome, correct? That this is the this is the objective, where I want to reach. Now let's solve this. This is how I evaluate you, how you solve the problem, how quickly you solve the problem, how creative you solve the problem. What are the tools that you are using, correct? What are the viewpoints that you are bringing in? Are you just, putting in prompt in ChatGPT or, Anthropic or anywhere else and just, being a cheap wrapper, what I call, many tools are, correct? So we try to see, do you have the deep understanding of what we do or the problem that we are trying to solve, or you are just, taking instructions from me, passing on to ChatGPT and throwing it back to me?
Sure.
No go, boss.
Last point, and this is something as a message that you want to send to everybody listening at at home, we're just scratching the surface. How excited are you? And what can you describe to explain to people how excited you are at this moment?
I'm super excited. There has never been a better time in the world to create, because now technology barriers are gone. People can actually, bring their dream into reality at an individual level. At business level, people who are facing problems selling internally can actually show the demonstration rather than trying to make a theoretical point. From the business and the government and the citizen and the whole population perspective, in my view, as I say it, the whole world needs to be rebuilt, because the old world was built for workflows, for SaaS world, for the traditional software. We are becoming AI native. We are increasingly integrating AI into our life, and that is why the whole world needs to be rebuilt or tweaked, whether you call it a software or you call it a hardware. And the software will become, a supportive software in the coming days will have a supportive role to the hardware. So we are rebuilding the entire world. There has never been a better chance for anybody to relive their life, to rebuild what they couldn't do earlier, or to achieve the dreams they did not, could not pursue because of technological barrier earlier.
So whether you want to call it a threat or an opportunity is up to you, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for Deepak. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Pleasure.
Ayush, what do you think?
I think that session was so engaging and riveting, I didn't need AI to summarize it or vibe code it at all. The vibe was good, the energy is good, and that sets us up for a massive session as well, Alex.
Yeah, because if you think about it, and this I think we can take from what Chris was speaking about, which is you can either have a democratization or you can have an authoritization, and depending on which way you want to go. So the idea of sovereign AI is so powerful from that perspective, right? When you want to enable people.
And that's the real question. Should AI really be sovereign, Alex? Because is sovereignty, these are questions that we think about in the tech space. Is sovereignty about national security, strategic autonomy? Is it about protecting data, culture, and compliance? Or does it really risk fragmenting everything? The very open ecosystem you're talking about that allowed innovation to flourish in the first place.
Yeah, and this is not a theoretical question anymore, because you're hearing about governments that are employing this tech on an ongoing basis. You're talking about private companies that are facilitating this for various governments, and governments trying to build capability by themselves. The question is, Ayush, it's going to take a large amount of money, not just to create the infrastructure, but to create the cutting edge of that technology that takes us to the next level.
And the real question is, who stands to benefit from all of this? So today, we bring together builders, investors, technologists, and advocates of the open web to confront this pivotal question.
Let's dive straight into this. I'd like to invite on stage Rafi Trikorian, Chief Technology Officer at Mozilla.org. Arun Subramanian, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Articulate. Siddharth Bhatia, Co-Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Puck AI. Manu Chopra, Chief Executive Officer of Karya. And Anand Prasad, Vice President, Axel.
And they'll be in conversation with NDTV 24/7's Managing Editor, our resident rock star, Shiv Arur. A huge round of applause, please.
Sorry, could I just request all of you to just shift one seat? Apologies. It's a lot of smart people in one room. Welcome to you all, and thanks for being with me. And I love how every session here flows into the other. The conversation right before this, the one before that, perfectly sets up the conversation that we're going to have now on sovereignty and how important that is in AI, which is hugely crucial, because just a few kilometers from where we are right now, the Indian government has this massive summit, right? Where one of the key questions facing everyone is how important is sovereignty to AI, especially for a country like India. So, AI is fast becoming the infrastructure of power. Obviously, everyone knows that, shaping economies, security, and society. The question today, if intelligence drives the future, should nations control it or should markets control it? I'm super happy to have such an incredible panel here. I'm going to quickly introduce them. Rafi Krikorian of Mozilla, building open, privacy-focused and public interest AI for an open internet. Needs no introduction. Mozilla is incredibly famous, has built an incredible name for itself. Arun Subramaniam of platforms that let organizations run their own private AI. Siddharth Bhatia of Pooch AI, welcome Siddharth, creating consumer AI products focused on accessibility and real-world adoption in India. Manu Chopra of Karya is the CEO, building ethical AI data infrastructure using a distributed rural workforce, very important for us here in India. And Anag Prasad, bringing in that investor piece, which is so important to how this entire world moves forward as far as India is concerned. I'd like to start it off with you, Rafi. How important is sovereignty in your view as far as AI is concerned? And I'm asking from an India perspective. One is aware of how important the openness of technology is to your organization. Give us your perspective as far as India is concerned.
I mean, I think sovereignty is important at every single level. So I think there's one question, which is sovereignty at the governmental level, which I think is incredibly important. I think value chains are very different across the world. So I think the Indian value chain is different than others. So therefore, sovereignty there matters. But I think sovereignty also actually matters all the way down to the individual level of like, can we not have a world where we only have 7 AGIs show up, but how do we have a world where we have 7 billion AGIs show up so we each have one that's actually on our side? So I think that kind of sovereignty is the world that I want to proceed toward, which is just like we have sovereignty from the bottom up, from the individuals all the way up to the nation states.
Arun, you represent a world where we're talking about AI deployed at the enterprise level. Where does sovereignty fit into that? Because at the enterprise level, things change dramatically. There are all these other pulls and pressures. There are scale issues. There are compliance issues. How important is sovereignty there?
So I feel sovereignty is only one part of the coin.
Yeah.
Right? So you need sovereignty, which I would equate to defense of nations. Same thing with defense of corporations. But the other side of the coin is heritage, which I would equate to diplomacy, which one is something that you want to share in terms of being a soft power. Another is something that you want to use not only to secure, but also to deter, right? Both of those are something you need to be careful about. And countries are grappling with it as we speak, but companies are far from even starting to think about it, because the security landscape went from, I want to secure everything, to I cannot secure everything because things are moving so fast outside. Where the security notion has gone from being extremely high security to today a bit lax. We're going to go back to high security again. My humble request to this panel and also to the audience is talk about sovereignty without talking about heritage is just as dangerous as talking about security without talking about diplomacy.
Oh, that's incredible. I'm going to explore that theme a little bit more, because that distinction is an important one to make, as we get a little deeper. But just a point to note that that Rafi talked about all the different layers where he believes sovereignty should exist, and I think this panel actually sort of reflects in many ways all of those different layers. So this is super useful for anyone listening in on this. Siddharth, the applied AI space in India is picking up. Your company is a shining example of that. Talk to us about what sovereignty means to you as far as your company, as far as your product is concerned, because dependency on global models is very much a reality even now.
I think sovereignty, everyone's kind of focused on that. India is doing a great work on the models aspect and building sovereign models. At the same time, we felt this entire piece would be incomplete if you don't have sovereign distribution as well. So Amitabh Kant sir recently, he remarked that there's this new neo-colonization trend which is going on, where companies like OpenAI and Gemini, they'll take, billions worth of data for free by giving their products for free, and then they'll sell back their products back to these countries for billions of dollars. So that is why they're coming to us. You know, there's no free lunch in the world. So that is the piece in that entire stack which we're focusing on, trying to have sovereign distribution where the data lies within the country, and I think that feedback loop can be used better for training models. Having said that, you know, it's not to say that global models aren't important. Even today, you know, math and logic and science, reasoning, all of those global models, we're not still at par. But there's obviously, for the linguistic concerns and, you know, whatever Indic languages, the nuances, accents, dialects, all of those things, for that we have to have local, you know, innovation, and that is where the, you know, we have like a markup over the global model. So that is what sovereignty means for us. Yeah.
Which is great, because Manu can talk very much about that. Manu, the human input, you know, in the deployment and employment of AI with your company, Karya, is from rural India. What's in your mind as a person who runs this company, as far as an Indian model versus a global model is concerned? Are there concerns there?
Right. Happy to be here. I think, you know, India has over 19,000 unique dialects based on the last census. And a language is just like, you know, a dialect with an army. Yeah. So there are at least 19,000 unique subcultures that need to exist online that we need to make sure our models work for. So I define sovereignty not just as making sure we have, you know, world-class AI models and world-class AI companies in the country, which we need to, but also making sure that AI works in all of these languages, in all of these contexts, right? And I think, you know, at the AI Summit, we've been hearing such incredible things. We've been working closely with Bhashani and with the government of India to think deeply about how can data collection happen in a way that's not extractive, but in a way that actually brings economic opportunities to our communities. At Karya, over the last 3 years, we've been able to engage with over 140,000 people across every state in the country. And we've been able to engage with them to build data sets, foundational data sets, over 65 million entries last we checked, in 70 plus Indian languages. And most of it gets open sourced, right? It gets open sourced through, and again, just like I want to acknowledge the blessing of things like AI Kosh, right? Like you can go to AI Kosh today, which is like the Indian hugging face for those of you who are hearing about it for the first time, and you can download so much of these data sets.
This is a very smart audience, they've definitely heard of it.
I'm glad. That plug was for no use then. But it is, you know, AI Kosh is incredible. The work that Bhashani is doing, we just contributed to something called Vani, which was, you know, led by Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. And that's over 20,000 hours of data that just got open sourced during the summit. So I think it is extremely important that this data moat that does exist, absolutely, gets taken care of. So startups like, you know, Pooja, like what you're doing, it should be very easy for you to enter all of these communities, right? A project that's very close to my heart, we've been working with the district of Nandarbar. It's a lovely district, 4 hours from Surat in Maharashtra, in the Maharashtra-Gujarat border. And it's absolutely beautiful, led by an incredible district collector, Dr. Mitali. And she has been working in her district. She has 6 tribal languages that didn't have AI models or AI technologies, and working in the district with the people of the district, we're able to build foundational data sets, we're able to work with AI for Bharat, the next step, and then build models. Yeah. We're able to deploy the models, and then over the last 6 months, we've done over 500,000 evaluations of AI technologies, again working with the people, right? Look, what Karya has taught us is the communities we serve are not just excellent beneficiaries of AI models, they're not just, you know, like great use cases. They, of course, that's very exciting, but they're also excellent builders, excellent evaluators of these AI models. And if we truly want to build inclusive AI, we will have to engage with the communities we want to include. And to me, that is sovereignty. Can we make sure that AI works in all those 19,000 dialects as well as it does in English for all of us?
Yeah, you know, and we started today's summit. I'm sure you saw some of it, Manu, with Sarvam, which is also doing incredible work in that sense. Work. And you know, I did put the question about sovereignty to Pratyush as well. But Anand, to bring you in, you know, on the all-important investor piece in all of this, from an investor lens, you know, how do you look at sovereignty in AI? Is it an imperative? Is it a near-term thing? Is it a regulatory sort of requirement? Is it a sort of long-term structural shift? How do you see it?
I think, Shiv, the short answer is it's a long-term structural shift. And I want to add some color to it. What we are mostly talking about right now is a very specific types of models, which is large language models and research around it. Yes, it is very important to play catch up to it, build the infrastructure, build the models and so on. But if it really want to do enable a long-term structural shift, I think as a country, as a tech ecosystem, we need to be ambitious. So there are so many open problems in AI, right? There is how to do post-training, right? Reinforcement learning techniques, using that to a lot of what Siddharth was attributing to Indian users' data. How do I use that to keep training models better? Running AI on the edge, for example. We are trying to enable some companies which can train models on quantum computers, for example, which is not a thing today, which will be a thing soon. So I think we have to think about it in decades, not years. And we have to shed the mindset that we are late. I don't think we are late at all. We have started talking about it at the right time. We are early, is what I feel. And there's a lot to do over the next 20 years. One option could be, as an economy, you sit down and say, okay, I'm great at implementing tech, I'm great at using tech. But the gap between an economy which is creating this tech and someone who is just using it will keep widening, right? And 20 years later, we'll look back and see, okay, we did a huge mistake. Right? Because we are a knowledge and a skill-based economy, more than 50% of GDP, more than 50% of exports comes from services. It is an imperative, has to be long-term structural. We're trying to play our part, but encouraging to see the government directly talking about it, people like you directly talking about it.
No, you're absolutely right. The clarity, Rafi, and coming back to you on that, is that there is a national acknowledgement that AI is necessarily global, but there is also an equal recognition that the time is now to build those sovereignty guardrails. India has seen, I think it was Siddharth who made that point about those who use your data and then sell the products back to you. India has already had that experience, whether it is with the internet, whether it is with social media, many other digital products as well. And there is a sort of subliminal sense that that shouldn't happen with AI. Your thoughts?
I mean, I think about it as, that you all have actually created amazing infrastructure already. You've done things like UPI, like you've made it such that you don't want your transactions owned by a Visa corporation, for example. Like you will control that yourselves. And I think there's an exact same opportunity here when it comes to sovereignty on AI. Like the phrase I like to think about a lot is, are we owners or are we renters when it comes to intelligence? And I think that you all shouldn't stand for the decisions for intelligence being made by 3-5 CEOs based in San Francisco. So I think that you can then build technology which allows you to both benefit, be owners in this equation, both benefit from the investments that you are making. So your data goes into making your systems better, because at the same time, you all have a local value system that may not be exactly the same as other people's value systems. So just reflect that into the systems that you're building.
Foundational models, Arun, there is a dilemma. There is a very central dilemma here in India, where there is one school of thought which says, look, foundational models will rapidly become a commodity. There is no point building your own foundational models. Build off of them, fine-tune them, deploy them in specific ways. But the other school of thought is exactly the opposite. And we're actually expecting to see some announcements this week about, Indian foundational models. Your thoughts on that? Because both sides are, very staunchly against the other school of thought.
I think the reality is somewhere in between, and we're already living that. And first and foremost, I want to say a huge kudos to Sarvam and every other company that's actually building the models, right? So because building models, as many people who are talking about it, actually doing it is incredibly hard. Yeah. No matter what they are competing against. So let's just please give them a big round of applause. That's not something that is small to do, right? And the second thing is, there's no need to recreate a foundation model that already exists. Why bother spending all those hundreds of millions of dollars? Learn from that. And I might say something contrarian here, so apologize in advance. The country that actually did that was China. And they responded to not only the world's pressure, not just by saying they'll go after large compute or small compute, they went after algorithmic advances. And they did that in a very smart way, meaning they learned from every model that got published. And the open weight models are really not that interesting to me. What is more interesting is the research that they publish. And the research that they publish is not just MIT licensed. They publish how they got about the data sets, how they built the models, which really is what costs you hundreds of millions of dollars of researcher hours to do, which then you can stand on top of. Right? And that's another ask that we are trying to work here in the country in terms of all the 5 layers that Jay talked about, not just from energy production, but how do you optimize energy with AI, but going up the stack. Sovereignty in AI is not just about having a sovereign model.
Yeah.
It is having all 5 layers where you are infusing your own thing. And India is uniquely capable of building systems that only can be built in India, that the rest of the world can actually take advantage of. So UPI is a great example, lots of examples like that. Think about what algorithms say, for example, the Indian Mathematical Institute can actually influence to go after languages that you talked about. And the notion of languages being disjoint and 19,000 dialects, in one side is massively challenging, on the other side is hugely influential because there are concepts that are common across almost all of those 19,000 dialects. Very few countries can say that, which means you can take language, something like Hindi, which has a lot of digital representation, and take a language like Bhojpuri, which doesn't have as much representation, and have a model that is almost near the same quality. Can only be done with not just data sets here, but also algorithms that have to be born here. Right?
Very interesting. Siddharth, again, flowing from that, as far as foundational models are concerned, in your view, since you're in the trenches of this right now, would sovereignty, the presence of a foundational Indian model, throw up more opportunities business-wise for Indian startups, or would it be a kind of barrier, given how things are right now?
I think it will definitely open opportunities. Our startup is like a clear example of that.
Yeah.
It's not just that a foundational model, whether it should be built or not. I think the primary thing is companies in the US, for them, priorities would be languages like English, French, German, maximum say up to Hindi. But you still have to focus on the entire tier 2, tier 3 cities in India, different accents, different dialects. For example, in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, you have different variations of Telugu being spoken. And North Andhra Pradesh has a different Telugu than South Andhra Pradesh. So to be able to handle all those nuances and to be able to handle all those dialects, you definitely need a foundation model. And because of this entire sovereign stack, there'll be like tons of opportunities out there. The foundational aspect, I think, just contrary to what Arunji also said, for the end consumer, they don't really care what model is being used underneath. So whether you're using Llama 3, Llama 4, you're using Sarvam, you're using, say, Gemma, so they don't really care about that. But having said that, it's the responsibility for the company which is providing it to them to be able to handle that, that data remains secure, it remains within the country, it's not being used in a way which is against the DPDP Act. So all of that has to be taken into consideration.
Yeah.
And that is how the entire feedback loop can be used to power better models and take it from there.
No, and first, Arun and Siddharth, please don't apologize for having contrarian views. I think that's the beauty of this debate and this discussion right now, is because so many aspects of what we're doing is feeling in the dark and getting to know what the other side thinks. But Manu, the conversation around sovereignty, when it gets to become a conversation about population scale, there is no better example than India for the potential for AI to be deployed. And in the space that you are in, where you're working with vulnerable communities, remote communities, rural communities, where there's a huge amount of data being harnessed from those communities, from that lens, how important is, potentially an Indian foundational model?
Again, like if the goal is to make sure...
because the reason I ask, sorry to interrupt, is because there are issues of dignity, there are issues of, inclusivity, etc., which enter the picture there.
Absolutely. And look, those issues exist across contexts for our communities. I'll give you some examples, right? If if I'm in Delhi and say I speak Bengali and I ask a question to some of these AI models today about healthcare access to communities who speak Bengali, 3 of the top 5 models that we evaluated confuse Bangladesh and India and give a bunch of answers that combine a public health resources in Dhaka with public health resources in Kolkata, right? While I'm sitting here in Delhi, right? That's just like a classic example. I mean, simpler example, if you ask in Canada, I want to be healthy, what do I eat? These models will say you should have lots of broccoli and kiwi, which again is accessible to many people in Karnataka, in Bangalore, but isn't culturally useful. So it starts with how do we make sure AI is just not a parlor trick, but is actually as helpful for our communities as it is for all of us. And I think, like I said earlier, the only way to do that is by involving our communities and understanding what matters to them, paying them, economically supporting them for that work that they do. I think that's step one. That's really, really critical in making sure that whichever model it is, making sure that it actually is helpful to our communities. And I think, again, the hope is that models built in India would work better for Indian context, would work better for our communities, and I think that's really exciting, right? So I hope that happens.
Hopefully, by the end of this week, there will be more clarity on where things stand as far as those foundational models are concerned. It's a very exciting space, honestly. No matter what the contrarian views are, where this actually lands, and it's a story in motion, which makes it even more exciting. Anag, how do you see the flow of capital as far as the sovereignty debate is concerned? Is it more in terms of flowing into infrastructure? Is it about the stack itself? Throw some light on that.
Yeah, I think we have been talking about the 5-layered AI cake since the morning. And true sovereignty would mean having all of these layers independently sovereign as well. And I feel, or I hope at least, that different types of capital might flow into different layers, but we need it right from the ground up. In fact, I would argue we have to start from energy, right? So what are we doing for nuclear energy, for example, right, to reduce our dependence on imports? So we start with that. Data center build-outs, networking build-out, chips, making chips. Again, one narrative is that chips is kind of a done space. You can't do much innovation there. I think that's also not true. So we have to build our own chips, which are great for both training and inference. We have to have indigenous companies starting there. Then, of course, at the model level, all the gentlemen talked about it. We have to have models here for different types of, not just different languages, but also different types of tasks. So, for example, simple case like accounting, how you would do tax accounting in the US, for example, is very different from how a CA would do it here in India. And it's very inefficient to try to adapt a US-based accounting model to do it for India. And if we want to free up CA's time here to do more value additive work and take away grunt work, we have to have a model for example, accounting in India. Just a simple example there. And then the applications and distribution. I think VCs have typically been doing more of application stuff, but we are increasingly doing more of infra as well. But especially on some of the national build-out zones like nuclear energy, for example, there has to be government-led capital, which helps build this entire stack.
Just one follow-up question to you, Anag. Is the government's view of where capital is flowing and where it should flow, as far as what you just described, is there clarity on that? Do you see that things are happening decisively, or I think is that also a debate within the policy-making circles?
I wouldn't know much actually from inside. From what I'm just reading in the news, I think there's a lot of direction and optimism, and I think a lot of headlines in the right direction. So I'm hoping that is getting coupled with clarity around actual implementation as well, but just from the outside.
Arun, you want to add to that? Yeah.
I just add another contrarian view there, just because I've been working closely with a lot of government institutions the last 5 years. I've been incredibly positively impacted by how people in the government want to get something done. I would say in India, it's one of the fewest countries where government has done a lot more than the private sector has done in terms of investing in AI. Apologize for anybody who's from the private sector. Like, there's a lot of talk from the private sector. Just look at the amount of investment dollars that has flown, both from the VC community in India on large-scale infrastructure, not application level, but below on the 5-layer cake. I think that has to change.
Siddharth, you want to respond to that? And I'll get Manu also. He says government's done a lot more than the private sector as far as this is concerned.
Yeah, I think there's obviously, once the government's taken initiative, you see the AI summit, the scale of the summit itself. 5 years back, we couldn't imagine something like this would be happening, where every CEO of every top company is present in India. So to be able to see that kind of I think support coming top down from the government is definitely enabling every other player, whether it's like a VC fund or any other startup, to think in that direction. I think that's opened a lot of opportunities. So yeah, I also feel that way, that the government has kind of done much more.
You share that view, Manu? That
look, I do, and I think
I don't know if the subliminal message from Arun is that the private sector needs to do more.
It is.
The government has kind of set an example now. The private sector needs to shed some of its inhibitions and do more.
See, I think the India AI mission, with its chakras and sutras and all the things that the mission is doing with the working groups and the expert engagement groups, it represents the most progressive public policy document I have seen on AI diffusion, and I think that's important. I think to Anak's point, I'm especially interested about economic workflow mapping right now. Like, I think we've all seen Claude Code and the incredible productivity software engineers are seeing with AI. I'm very interested to figure out how does that come to the average Indian, you know what I mean? But who obviously is not a software engineer, right? How do I make sure AI models make the ASHA worker more productive at their job? How do I make sure the AI worker makes the primary healthcare clinic provider more productive in their job? So yes, step one is making sure they work in our languages. That's very important. But I think where the startup opportunity exists, and that's why I think it's so incredible that the government of India is doing things like building these foundational data sets, because then people like Siddharth can come on top of it and build incredible startups without having to build the whole layer from ground up. And I think that's where we will see economic productivity gains, because for these AI companies, given the some displacement we will see, their social sanction rests on the fact that can we see growth in our communities, can we see economic productivity gains, and that will have to be across occupations, not just in software engineering.
Can I add to it, Shiv?
Yes.
I think if I speak more, it will become a fun debate, so I'll be short. I think government directionally is moving in that right direction, but it's tiny compared to what is actually needed. It's put into perspective, overall commitments are in the billions kind of range right now that we have heard so far. For China, it's hundreds of billions. So there is a 100x delta, and it shows when our researchers trying to build models, right? The kind of compute needed, kind of also resources needed to just attract back. Let's say a lot of our great talent is in the valley right now. We want to seriously attract them. It can't be just for guest lectures. It has to be about giving them jobs here, making it an attractive place for them and their families, for example, to grow here. And that needs a lot more capital commitment, not just from the government. I totally agree. Private sector has to step up as well. But just the scale of this long-term structural shift that we are talking about, I think there's a 100x delta right now for us to cover the next few years to have a shot at it.
100x delta sort of quantifies the challenge before us, and you, in some ways, you answered the last question that I was going to ask, but I will come back to you, Anak. But Rafi, coming back to you for this final round, one layer of the entire sovereign/foundational conversation is, based on anxiety over, whether we're doing the right thing, or is this the way to go? And like Arun mentioned, can it be a little bit of both? What would you say to the Indian government right now, if you had a chance, on the issue of sovereignty? Is it moving in the right direction? What sort of guardrails do you think it needs to put in place?
I mean, I think always do more in the grand scheme of things. I think if I were to think about some guardrails, I would think about things around agency. I would think around things around inclusion, of how do we actually build systems that actually allow people all the way from individuals all the way to the government to move independently from each other and actually be able to explore in different ways, but find ways that they can each see themselves in the systems, whether it be questions of language, whether it be questions of values. I think encoding both of those are the things I would say you have to accelerate on in order to get to true sovereignty quickly.
Arun, you want to answer that question? Prescription, 3 points.
From the government's perspective, I would say demand outsized outcomes. And the reason I use those words very carefully is there's been a lot of general acceptance and general, agreeing to this is what has to be done. But to the question of 10x, 100x impact, there's not a single government entity anywhere in the world that has a foundation model today. None. Why is the ask in India for the governments to actually build one? Right, so that's the response that I would make. The second one is, the reason for having a demand for an outsized outcome is exactly the likes of Claude Code. where what was impossible to do, not just 10 or 20% better, impossible to do just 6 months ago is possible today. That's the kind of unlock we need to be looking at, and take advantage or unfair advantage, that's okay. There's no fair game here.
Very important point and something to think about. Siddharth?
So
Something you want the government to do, straight up. They're sitting at Bharat Mandapam, but trust me, they're watching.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's why we're all here to try and voice our opinion to them. But yeah, one thing, I think 2 points. One, there's obviously sovereignty is there, it's important, but it shouldn't hamper, collaboration between different countries, and it shouldn't be that the control is within one country, it stays within that, because then, you'll be able to control whatever narratives are set going forward. So for example, I'm just giving some hypothetical examples. You could, for example, say Arunachal Pradesh, part of that is part of China. You could have, POK part of like Pakistan. All of those narratives could be set if you have that entire control of what information is sent, and if you have that entire control. So obviously there's sovereignty is required, but it should not be that this is just our model, you cannot share it, or there's no collaboration. The other part is around the distribution piece itself. That if the distribution, the data distribution is not so freely available that we just continuing that colonization what ended 50 years back, 60 years back, we're just doing that very same thing, giving our data, because that is our core strength right now. If you could use that, we could probably become the next biggest superpower based on AI. So I think we shouldn't lose that.
Superpower versus becoming a data colony, which is what that big anxiety is about. Manu, final comments.
Amen to that.
What should the government do? One thing.
I think, look, India is already and will continue to role model how AI should be used for good across the world. I think to Rafi's earlier point on things like UPI, we have proven time and again that we can build foundational digital architecture and keep it, keep it like open to everyone to use, like keep it like free for people. I think we just need to keep doing that. I think my one request would be, and I've been telling this to several people within the government, I would love to see just a page where we account all these things that we're doing that are very successful. Like, I don't know how many people in the room know about what Bhashini is doing with the panchayat system, right? We have every single panchayat meeting in the country is transcribed now by a Bhashini system in these languages. Things are flagged, and they're like, oh, this person said that. I mean, I know Amitabh sir talks about it all the time, but I wish there was like a place where you could just go and be like, okay, what model did they use? What was the evaluation structure? Not just from like, oh, this is what we're doing well. How can other people learn from it and then build on top of it? So if I'm building something for the same audience as the panchayat, I know I know the technical architecture and I can just build on that. And I think they're launching something called Gyan Kosh, which will hopefully do that. So I think that to me is most important, like just a directory of what's working across the context of the country. Yeah.
Final thought. You can close the thought, Anag.
Quick two things. I think one, let's try very hard to get our best talent in research and science in AI back to India and train the next gen here. And second, actively think about the job displacement and what policy has a role to play. I think a landing is coming. It might be a very hard landing in job displacement if we are not proactive about it. So what can the government do to make it a soft landing, and so that we recover during the transition period? So these are the two things I'll be thinking about. If
I'm glad you mentioned job displacement. I didn't want to get into it too directly because we've got a whole session based entirely on that. Next, we're going to get a little deeper into that. But this has been incredible. Thank you for giving us a lot to think about, and for the system and the government, a lot to think about from people in the trenches, the practitioners, those who are actually leading the charge and getting those changes made. Thanks to all of you for being here.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
What? She said, I can't hear.
Exciting session coming up.
Two number is for the guest, है ना? Check.
Fascinating session, huh, Alex?
Ayush, you know, I've always dreamt of building an application myself. Do you think I could?
It depends. What are you planning to, what's the subject matter of this application?
I want to sell vada pavs.
You want to sell vada pavs in New Delhi?
No, in Mumbai.
Okay.
But I wonder if this crowd knows what vada pavs are. Of course you know, right? Has anybody tasted vada pavs? Who likes vada pavs? Look at that. They haven't tasted vada pavs.
I think he's gaming the system. This is prompt engineering pro max because he's getting you guys hungry, but there is some time for lunch. We've squeezed in a very special session, which will I think everyone's going to skip lunch after they tune into the session, Alex.
Yeah, because we mentioned this, not we, but the first panel today actually mentioned this company. They called it the fastest growing artificial intelligence company in the world. They've got $100 million of annual recurring revenue in a span of 8 months, which is absolutely incredible. And to those people that don't track these things, it's basically amazing stuff that they're building, right?
This is the point when I say world meet Alex GPT.
You're giving me too much credit. I used a lot of AI for this, by the way.
You know, so why don't we actually understand how you build an app? What is vibe coding all about? Vibe solutioning is what I think we should be calling it. And let's do it the old-fashioned way. We don't need chairs. We don't need tables. We need to have a conversation.
And to speak about this, the man of the moment, really, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mukund Jha, the founder and chief executive officer of Emergent AI. Please.
Hello.
So, everybody, this is one part of two individuals, and they just happen to be a jodi in the real sense. They're twins. I asked whether they're identical. They're not. They're fraternal. But then, what's it like setting something up first, before we get into all of the technical spicy details, setting something up with your twin brother?
It's a lot of fun to build with my twin brother. Actually, like we had this dream of building something together for a long time. And we both went to US to do our PhDs, and I dropped out of the PhD program. He did finish his PhD, went on to become a deep learning researcher, and then I came back to India, started a company called Dunzo, and he was in the US, so we couldn't find time to sort of build together. And finally, when like this whole AI wave was happening, we got a chance to work together, and it's pretty fun because we complete each other's sentences. So it's like it's I can send him to solve a problem that I'm supposed to solve, and it's like having a duplicate in the company. So that's a lot of fun. Yes.
You know what, Alex? I think it's practice trumps theory. So why don't you tell us a little bit more about this app? Maybe point it out in the audience while we continue having this conversation.
It's fascinating because we were speaking outside, ladies and gentlemen, and we were talking about how you would build an application yourself.
Last in, first out. This is all unfiltered.
It's amazing, right? And we actually have somebody from the NDTV team that used this application in anticipation. I don't think he even knew that the founder of Emergent was coming by. This is Ratan from our assignment desk. And basically what he's tried to do is to find an application that can track news feeds on an ongoing basis, because it's his role to alert the organization when something is breaking. And so what he's done is to create an application on Emergent. You used this when, sir?
I tried to make this last night. It's one of the coolest apps I've seen. I've tried my hand with Claude and other Perplexity. So it's a very complex way of actually doing vibe coding. I took just about an hour to develop an ad. I gave the prompt that I want to track one of the best breaking news happening around.
Alex, Ratan, why don't we get the camera right there?
Can we get the camera here,
show
please?
everyone what the
Can we get the
interface is
camera
like?
here so that we can see the screen that Ratan has got?
Alex, if you could hold up the phone and show us what the UI
Stand up,
is
sir.
like.
So why don't we show them what this is about? Come, bring the camera here. No, don't go away from me. Bring the bring the camera here. Bring the camera here. Come on. Let's look at this. So this is the application. We can showcase it on the screen. Guys, can we blow this up so that we can have Mukund speak about it as well? It says breaking news real-time detection system. It's got a red button saying scan now. It sees 6 breaking news detected in the last 1 hour. It's absolutely fascinating. And he's built this in 1 hour.
I don't know how the NDTV product team feels about that, but in 45 minutes, Mukund, and this is with minimal errors.
Right.
This is vibe coding at its finest.
Yeah, so I mean, the way sort of we build things is that you work with a platform just like you would work with a developer, right? It's almost having a development team in the cloud for yourself, and it's enabling anybody on the planet without any programming knowledge, without any knowledge of concepts of software engineering to sort of actually just build mobile apps, web apps today, and we are seeing like millions of users coming to our platform today and who are building this,
But you know, the concern there is sometimes, because a lot of us have tried doing this, we all wanted to latch on to the AI bandwagon,
Right.
but they call this technical debt in the world of technology. The bunch of errors that really creep in over there, how have you overcome those? And also managed to maintain that slick UI, because I saw how he was doing this. It's very prompt-based and it's
Right.
very intuitive.
Yeah, so I mean, the way sort of we have thought about the entire sort of platform is we are trying to emulate what best software engineering teams in the world do. And what we have done is essentially built our own sort of coding agents from scratch, which, there's a benchmark called SWE-Bench, which is essentially software engineering benchmark where all of the coding agents are getting compared. We were world #1 on that benchmark last year when we launched. And essentially, like a lot of the sort of effort has gone into making sure that we are able to emulate what best software engineering team do. So for example, we have automated testing. So when you build an app, it'll automatically test your app. It will discover what errors are there, what bugs are there, automatically resolve that. We have a feedback system built in. So every time you actually go and test your app, we'll record that session and then replay that for our agent to make sure that those bugs are not coming up again. And because we sort of employ multiple different models, like we're able to harness the best of all, whether it's Gemini, Claude, or OpenAI, or our own models, we're able to sort of extract the best out of those and sort of imbue all this best software engineering practices into the platform itself. Yeah.
I have a question about and I was reading about this, right? So there's something called a maintenance gap. You create something, somebody starts using it, and then ultimately it shouldn't fall off the bandwagon. That's my understanding of it. How do you address that?
Yeah, so I mean, software development in general, like just 20% is writing the code. Rest of it is, testing it, debugging it. How do you sort of take it to production? And essentially what we have built is entire end-to-end platform ourselves. Like, so all of the infrastructure to sort of support hosting, deployment, the way your app runs in production. If there's an error, how do we sort of get that feedback? And because we built this end-to-end, like every single piece of infrastructure and sort of all of these software engineering processes have been built into the platform. We have this tight feedback loop which prevents what we call production drift. So when you build something, you sort of ship it to production, it doesn't work. Today we have almost 99% success rate in terms of people trying to deploy the app. So once you go and deploy the app, and this is where like most of the other platforms are falling short because they're solving piece by piece problem. We're solving end-to-end the problem. Yeah.
This is the first time, Alex, I think there's going to be a live review for Mukund on stage. But that is how intuitive the app is. We were trying to show it to you guys earlier. In under an hour, this was possible with a simple prompt that Ratan was just mentioning out there, which is build me an app which collates all the RSS feeds, assimilates them, and then gives me that interface. Alex, the future is here for sure.
No, it is, certainly. And what I want to know is, this is possible, and Mukund is explaining why his company stands out from the rest. But the question is, how long can you bank on that? In an age when you guys started 8 months back, you've hit certain milestones that everybody's envious of. I've asked a few other people this in this space. Disruption is real for everybody, including you. How do you stay ahead of that curve?
I mean, I think a lot of effort has gone into making sure that our platform is designed to scale. And also, I mean, consistently we have been sort of staying ahead of the research that's happening in the field, whether it's test time compute, whether it's, like multi-agent system. We were almost the first in the world to sort of build all these things out. And I mean, I think the mode right now in AI is essentially, one, you have good proprietary data, which we are collecting now because millions of builders are building on the platform. We collect all these logs. Every time an application gets built on the platform, our agents are improving, self-improving, so that's big. Second, essentially, is the network effect that you're able to create, right? So a lot of these users, when they build this app, they share it with somebody else. A lot of our users are discovering us today because when you publish an emergent app, there's a build with emergent batch. A lot of people are clicking on that today and coming to us. And lastly, I think it's the mode of just shipping fast. Like we have a really, really high intensity, small but super strong engineering research team, and like we ship really fast. Like we think of something in the morning, by evening we have something out, and of course we use AI internally a lot to sort of increase our velocity itself.
And just so everyone knows, this team sits in India.
So yeah, most of the team is in India. Like we have a very small office in SF right now. 3 people are in SF, but most of the team is in India. So,
but are there plans really to scale up the office in Cerebral Valley?
Yeah, we are planning to scale offices both in Bangalore and in SF, and we are hiring. So if people want to join, like this is a great time.
There
to
you
join
go.
us, yes.
An advertisement on national television.
I'm curious, Mukund, because you've been CTO in the past. You mentioned
Yes.
Dunzo, fantastic app as well. And now you're at the heart of the agentic AI story and working on this particular platform. Has your whole rationale and the way you approach the role of a CTO changed? Should people wanting to become CTOs, engineers, also change now basis what's happening in the prompt engineering world?
I mean, I think the role of CTO is evolving, right? They are now, they are spending a lot more time on taking much more deeper technical decisions. I think there was a point that came that where CTO's job became a lot more managerial and they were managing large team. But I think today, like we are almost at an inflection point where the deeper you are in technical stuff, the more leverage you have. And that's why like sort of we pride ourselves in like having like really, really strong engineering team. I think the role of CTO now is to set the direction of the architecture that they're building and also being deep into the details. I think in general, at least I feel that all roles are merging, whether it's product manager, designer, engineer, QA. I think you'll see a lot more of these roles sort of coming together and one person being able to do a lot of those things, yeah.
So a question, right? When you're talking about some of these applications and platforms, the moat that they have is first mover advantage, certainly, in the ability to have really precise, in certain cases, formulations where they have geotagging, various other things, and I'm talking obviously about delivery platforms, etc., right? How difficult would it be to build something like that on your platform, and how difficult would it be, therefore, for somebody to disrupt that space?
Yeah, I think software development is going to become super easy, and I think by end of the year, I feel like people will be able to create like an app like Dunzo, on Emergent with just a prompt.
Whoa!
And I mean, you can see the pace at which sort of software coding agent acceleration is happening right now. I feel that by, I think cost of software is going to get commoditized pretty fast. And what's going to sort of be, the edge is going to be your taste, like the ideas that you have, how fast are you able to distribute, how fast can you experiment, right? And I think people are going to move to more and more complex sort of.
In a year.
Less than a year, yes.
Less than a year.
Less than a year. The real question is, will I be able to build the app on Emergent faster and sooner than my delivery comes on an app like Dunzo?
I think for most apps, yes. Yeah, simple apps, yeah. But I think it like today there is a lot of leverage in somebody who's learning to vibe code, because that gives you like a very easy way to sort of learn how to work with agents. I think in future all of us are going to be working with agents, managing our agents, right? And I think vibe coding is like a very easy way to sort of get started and practice like, hey, what does it feel like to work with a really capable agent which can actually do hours of work at a time? Yeah.
Any tips that you would have to somebody who wants to use your application, just out of curiosity, somebody who actually wants to build something?
Yeah, so we have a lot of builders on the platform today. I was talking to somebody from Pune yesterday, and he had his startup shut down because he they ran out of money, and they went to a dev shop to actually buy to build a new software that they wanted to build. Dev shop quoted them like a 40 lakh rupees bill, and they built it on Emergent like under 2,000 rupees. And they have like 1,000 users live on that platform today, right? And this is somebody who has no technical background. And so I think the tip is like just to get started early, right? Like, you should actually also, like when you're building something, it's best to have like 2-3 different versions of that getting built in parallel. So you can actually see the differences and learn from the output that you're getting. Also, if you, generally I would say that start with the hardest thing first, right? So that you have the core problem cracked before you build on the other things. And I mean, I think those two things are easy for people to get started now.
I have one more question,
Sure,
which is obviously in the process of building to where you are at right now, you've put it through the paces as well, you and your brother.
Yeah.
What is the most whacked out or interesting application that you've built using your own software?
So I have this software, it's still getting built right now, it's not fully built, but I have this multi-interview screen where I can take interview of like 5 people together.
Job interviews?
Job interviews, right? Because we are taking a lot of interviews, and I wanted to sort of parallelize. That's the app that I'm building on Emergent right now. Yeah.
Can you think of interviewing 5 people on national television like that?
Definitely not, and I can't even do the things you do when it comes to market hours with so many people, and of course, Shiv and the team when it comes to prime time. What an absolute pleasure. Kudos to you for a made in India product, doing something which is genuinely going to shape the revolution going forward. And I'm pretty certain, Alex, we're going to break for lunch shortly, but I think we've given them more purpose for lunch. You got to download the app or use it and then come up with maybe your own little contribution to the AI story, Alex.
Absolutely. You said it. No more needs to be said. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mukund Writing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
We're breaking for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Be back at 2 o'clock.